going to change the audio.
Okay.
Good. Good evening, everybody. We're going to call the City of Clovis City Council meeting to order for April 13th, 2026 at 6 p.m. I want to welcome you to our meeting today. At this time, we would ask Councilmember Ashbeck to lead us in the flag salute.
Please join me in saluting our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If I can have everybody remain standing, we're just going to have a moment of silence for Tulare Sheriff Detective Randy Hoppert, okay, in his passing. So we're just going to have a moment of silence for him. Thank you very much. You may be seated. If we can get roll call from our clerk Para.
Yes. Councilmember Ashbeck? Here. Councilmember Baskell? Here. Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pierce?
Here.
And Mayor Moana-Tua?
Here. Next, we have some presentations and some proclamations. The first one is a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 2026 as Autism Acceptance Month, and Councilmember Baskell will be presenting this one.
Good evening. City of Clovis proclamation declaring April to be Autism Acceptance Month. Whereas Autism Acceptance Month, observed nationally each April, offers an opportunity to raise understanding, foster inclusion, and celebrate the unique strengths and perspectives of people with autism. And whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a complex developmental condition that affects how individuals communicate, learn, and interact with others, with 1 in 31 children in the United States diagnosed according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC 2020. And whereas in Fresno County, the prevalence of autism is 13.5 per 1,000 children, highlighting the importance of local awareness, early diagnosis, and access to support services for individuals on the spectrum and their families. And whereas We Rock the Spectrum, Clovis will serve as a vital resource for families across Central California, providing high-quality services and advocacy for children and teens with autism and other disabilities. And whereas We Rock the Spectrum, Clovis in partnership with Inclusive Kids, Fresno County, will host the Special Kids Fest 1 at the Clovis Senior Activity Center in April to celebrate the differences all children have. And whereas individuals with autism contribute in countless unique ways to the culture, educational, and economic fabric of our city, it is essential to promote public awareness that fosters acceptance, breaks down stigmas, and ensures access to opportunities for every person on the spectrum. Now therefore be it resolved that the Clovis City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis, does declare April 26th as Autism Acceptance Month.
Is Mr. Christopher Reyes here? Please come. Anyone who is with you, please come to the podium. Love to hear a little bit from you guys, what you guys are doing.
Hi, yes, my name is Christopher Reyes, owner of We Rock the Spectrum Clovis. I'm here with Sarah. And on behalf of the autism community here in the city of Clovis, we want to thank the mayor and the rest of the city council for helping us accept autism as, a very pressing and important condition that we need to be very accepting of. And we're celebrating this Saturday at Special Kids Fest 1 at the Clovis Senior Activity Center. So we're going to have 200 kids living in Clovis and the rest of the Central Valley come and celebrate with us and celebrate our differences. Yeah.
And while awareness and acceptance is extremely important, and we're so proud of the city of Clovis in recognizing this through a proclamation, this is just the first step in the next part of community inclusion. So we are excited about next steps in the future, such things as like inclusive parks or police training or things like that. So thank you so much. We really appreciate your official recognition.
Okay. If you can come forward, the rest of your group as well, we'd like to shake your hands and give you the proclamation.
Yeah, that's what I work. So I work with their village children. Like George's passed with his group. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. We stretch.
Thank you.
One more, Drew. It's good that
Drew,
you
another one.
It's
Yeah.
good that you tell them what to do. They gotta go sideways.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Yeah. Look forward to that.
Thank you so much for what you guys do. So, any comments from the council?
I'll just add to our friends today. I think there's a lot of things the city could do around autism awareness and inclusion, so I would encourage staff to think about whether it's how to visit the museum in a way that's quiet and not overwhelming, or visit parks, or walk on trails. I think there is a lot to be done. I would encourage you to reach out to our staff, and I have a special lens since I work at Valley Children's and do a lot with Shelley Reyes and all of the work she's done. So I know that there's simple things that can make a big difference to families with kids with autism. So be in touch with our staff, and I think I look forward to see what we can do. Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, second item is a presentation by Police Chief Fleming on the annual Baker to Vegas race. So, Chief?
This is also called What Happens when People Lose Their Mind and Decide to Run That Far? Is that what this item is subtitled? Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know how I got roped into this many years ago, but I did. Good evening, Mayor Moanatua, members of City Council. Thank you for allowing me to come tonight to talk about our participation in this year's, well, let me put that up there. This year's Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup Relay Race, which has been going on for the last 10 years for our department. I think our involvement probably goes back probably 3 decades. So I just wanted to come tonight and talk about this year's race, kind of our history of our department. I haven't done that in the past, and I don't think Chief Vasco has before either. So a little bit about the history of Baker to Vegas, for those that don't know. It used to be called the Death Valley Relay, and it started in 1978 with the Los Angeles Police Department's Metro Division. I think back then it was more of a challenge between them and the Sheriff's Department. Went on for about 7 years and then abruptly stopped. I think, I'm not sure why it didn't stop, but they didn't say on the website. So in 1986, the Los Angeles Police Revolver and Athletic Club, which is their logo up there, they picked it up in 1986, drove the course and renamed it Baker to Vegas. At that time, it started from Baker High School, went through the desert, up through the mountains, and then ended shortly on the outskirts of Las Vegas. Where our department started was in 2016. A few members of our department approached then Chief Vasco and said, hey, we want to establish our own Clovis PD team. Do you think this is something the department would support? And Chief Vasco was all about it and said, let's make it happen. Prior to that, we were part of a joint Fresno County team. So every small agency throughout the county with the Sheriff's Department kind of made a joint team. And they did it, I think we were part of that with the Bob Keys, Tucker, George Gomez behind me. For about, I think 2 decades, they were part of that team. So for the last 10 years, we've had our team going. And it was really, the reason we wanted to get behind it is to build something that reflected our department, our culture, and the community we serve, and have something that was our own and not a part of a joint team. So we started forming a team. It was a full-scale effort. The program was built from the ground up, organizing runners, coordinating support staff, fundraising, securing equipment, and managing the complex logistics of a 120-mile course. I want to mention that this is all volunteers, so all of our members that are a part of it, sworn, non-sworn, retirees, all donate their time to come and be a part of this. Our Clovis Police Officers Association pays for the registration fee every year. They've done that for the last 7 years that we've been involved. Over this 10-year period, there was 2 years for COVID that we didn't take part in it. So that's a map of the course. It starts, like I said, just outside of Baker and ends at the Rio in Las Vegas, going through the desert. This year was probably about 94 degrees, which felt like 110 degrees because the air is so dry in the desert. And then we ran throughout the night up into the mountains and then came in through the town there. So each year, as part of our race, we're able to honor somebody that we may have lost in the past year. This past year, we honored on our bib. That's a copy of the bib that we wear when we're running. Our team this year was 140, and so Joanne Eisen passed away January 26th of this year. She was a volunteer with our department for 33 years, and so we ran in her honor this year for our team. So former Chief Vasco's support continues even today. As a member of the City Council, he took that support one step further this year by running the final leg of the race. His first time competing is bringing his commitment really to the team full circle. So when the team started in 2016, he was a part of the support staff with myself. There's a lot of logistics in driving the runners out to different points of the course. He did that many years. I think 1 year almost making us late for a leg because he stopped at the Mad Greek and got a burger. So he learned quickly that
They couldn't eat, but you did?
it's very timely to get out there. So that's a team picture. That's the command post. So we have a room that we all meet up. That's where all the runners come before they go out to their leg throughout the time. Our start time this year was 10 o'clock. And I think Councilmember Baskel came in somewhere around 2:30 in the morning on that following day. So we ran a little over 17 hours. So I'm going to play a quick video. I didn't want to have Ty recreate a video, so I just took the one that was on Facebook. So at the very end, you're going to see Councilmember Basco running in strong at the very end here.
How long's each leg?
There's a little volume on there too, if you have it. No, that's all right. There's some beautiful music playing right now. Just imagine the great song. So there's 20 runners. We have alternates. We had 15 support staff. Typically we have more, but we had some people fall at the last minute. 120 miles. And then there's Chief Basco coming in at the end there. So the results of the race, we finished 11th. Our division is the 500 Invitational, so that's the departments under 500 and sworn staff. Our division's a mix, so it's female, male, professional staff, and sworn. Retirees, that's the category we fall in. There's probably 20-something different categories. There's 271 teams from around the world that entered this year. In our division, we finished 11th out of 26, so we get a mug and a plaque for finishing in the upper division in our group. Our total time was 17 hours and 58 minutes, and I will say that we beat the Madera Sheriff's Department by 2 seconds. So every second matters.
Take it.
Yeah. And so our average pace was 8 minutes and 59 seconds. So the elite teams, the CHP and the LAPD's elite team is what they call them. They came in, their average mile time is in the low 6s. They were running some people in the 5-minute mile average time throughout their legs, which is crazy. So we're definitely not getting there. So we're happy with what we got. So at the end, this is just after the race, everybody survived, we're happy, and had a dinner on Sunday night, so it's just a kind of culmination. It's very much a team building, team bonding experience. First time I went out, I thought, oh, let's go out there and have a good time, enjoy Vegas, but it is a lot of work. There's not a lot of time to sit back and relax and enjoy the city. I just want to recognize a couple people. I don't think, is Sergeant Pageant in here? No? So Abby Pageant is a sergeant with our department, and she's been the team captain since 2019. She's in a blue dress there to the far left. She pretty much ran this whole thing, logistics, the timing. There's a ton of work that goes into it. Her and her husband have been doing it for the last 4 to 5 years, and I just wanted to recognize her tonight, but she was unable to make it. I also wanted to recognize behind me, retired Deputy Chief, who's also in the picture behind Abby up there. Deputy Chief Vince Leonardo. He's ran it every year that we've had a team for Clovis. He's run it since he's retired as a retiree every year. This year running, I think, mile times in the 7-minute mile times, which is crazy fast. I'm very impressed. It was downhill though, so he had a lot of momentum going with him. And then sitting next to him is our current Deputy Chief, George Gomez. He's ran it for almost 20 years, almost the last 2 decades, for both with the combined Fresno County team and then every year with our team. He's 50 plus years old, and he's still running one of the hardest, toughest legs of the race, and does a tremendous job. And the last, I want to recognize our Director of General Services, Amy Hance, she's not here, I didn't see her anywhere, but her and our retired Deputy Director of General Services, Shauna Halterman, have been a part of this event as well for the last 6 years, coming out and driving one of the bands that drive throughout the night. They put bags together, even though they weren't able to make it this year, still put bags together for each of our teams. So it's not just a police department event, it's more of a citywide event. So I just wanted to honor and come up here and talk about our department and just this huge accomplishment, and then tie into recognizing Chief Basco from starting this 10 years ago, and allowing us to start it and to continue on now for 10 years and to come back and run it home this year. So just wanted to recognize him and say thank you, sir, for that. So appreciate it. Can we get a quick picture with that baton? So that baton is the actual official baton that we ran 120 miles. It has a little chip in there, so as you cross each leg, they can track the progress of the race. And so just want to get a quick picture if possible with you
Please.
having that.
Come up. Any comments before they come up?
I'm impressed.
Yeah. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, thank you. It was an honor to get to run this time. I think that was, for the team to allow me to jump in there and run at the end was a privilege. So I really appreciate that. And it's awesome to see this continue because it is such a team event. It's always, we had that vision way back when that we were going to do it ourselves. And to see Clovis PD continuing to work together as a team to do this is just amazing. And so thank you for continuing it on. Thank you, Vince, for being here. And being part of it for so many years, and Gomez for, all of his dedication to it, and Chief, to you to keeping it going. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
The last comment I have though before is, it's really a department. We would not be able to do this without the department. And every other year, it seems like Big Hat falls on the same week as Baker to Vegas. So it's like either half the department or a quarter of it is out in Las Vegas, and everybody else is working the streets or working Big Hat. So when those years happen, it is all hands on deck function to make it happen. So just want to recognize everybody from the department. Come on up here, grab the picture.
3.2 miles. They go anywhere from 3.2 miles to 10.
And you match up people based on what you
Good job. They can run good.
Good job.
survive.
Survive. He can survive. He can survive. Chewy can survive. Yeah. Chewy can survive.
I'm so impressed. I know. I saw you in that video, neighbor. You look pretty good out there. Downhill, take downhill. Always ask for the downhill leg. Do you want to go down there with them? I'd rather be with them than us. I'm impressed.
Thank you for that, Chief. Okay, we have a presentation from the California Department of Insurance. Are you here, sir? Okay. All right, and this is a presentation from the California Department of Insurance regarding legislative action alert AB 1795, AB 1880, AB or SB 876 to strengthen prevention, protection, and recovery for Californians. So,
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. It is a pleasure to present to you this evening. City of Clovis, council members. My name is Richie Saivong. I'm from the California Department of Insurance. Let's move on to the next slide. So let's go into some context about the insurance marketplace. We've seen just this growing number of intense, severe climate events, not just here in California, but the United States and throughout the whole world. We're seeing historic inflation. It's continually going up, and we're still trying to adjust to that. Rising costs of reinsurance, that's insurance for insurance companies. And that too is getting more expensive as we are dealing with more disasters around the globe. In California specifically, we're seeing fewer insurance options. We're hearing, we're hearing State Farm's canceling policies. Oh, they're probably leaving the state. These other small companies are probably leaving the state. Guarantee you now that they're not leaving California. California is the largest insurance marketplace in the United States. And you coddle that with the accelerated growth of the FAIR Plan. As many of the folks that are in the wildland urban interface area of Clovis, you see that some folks are on the FAIR Plan, and that is a not so fair plan itself or a policy in its nature. Next slide, please. So let's kind of talk about where Commissioner Lara has actually been going and how he's been addressing these issues through, to modernize the insurance marketplace. So we started back in 2022 with the Safer from Wildfires framework. That regulation is the first in the nation to mandate insurers to provide discounts for folks that have been implementing home hardening safety actions on their properties, such as hardening their roofs, as well as building defensible space, reducing their risk. Moving on to 2023 and 2024, we introduced the Sustainable Insurance Strategy. That itself has been passed into law as well, and that is the largest insurance reform in 30 years to modernize the insurance market so insurers can write policies based on forward-looking models versus historical data. When you look at historical data, what do you see? Multiple fires, multiple disasters. That doesn't help us when you see properties that have literally dirt around it that can't catch fire. So The sustainable insurance strategy is going to be prioritizing homeowners that have hardened their homes, that have that defensible space. And we also are establishing a public model where we're building the data, and once that is available, it is accessible to the general public. Moving on to 2025, we worked with Assembly Member Calderon on the California Safe Homes Grant. Currently, the department is working on the requirements for this grant itself. So the grant is to help folks that are low income to put a Class A rated roof on their property or establish Zone 0 around their property as well. And that Zone 0 has been established by CAL FIRE just recently, and it goes into effect in a couple years. Next slide, please. So talking about the sustainable insurance strategy, we have approved insurance companies to write again in California. Our pretty much requirement for these insurers to actually continue writing and using these tools in California, they must write no less than 85% in wildfire distress areas throughout our state. We have identified multiple counties and zip codes and pockets of fair plan policies so that these insurers can target the right population and get people off the fair plan and back to the traditional market. Next slide, please. So one of the questions, what actions are we taking? These interlocking goals here, are the bills that we have been pushing and supporting, but we want to help people make a complete recovery. And we have this interlocking strategy for improving recovery after disaster and making our community stronger beforehand. Our starting place is the ideas of wildfire survivors that have already brought what they've already brought to our table, as well as ideas that we have been working on, driven by our investigations on insurance issues and years of claims handling. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the Smoke Damage Recovery Act, that is AB 1795, presented by Assemblymember Gibson. So it is to establish public health requirements when it comes to restoration of smoke damaged homes that are still standing after a fire. As we've seen with the Creek Fire, all that smoke came down into the valley, and we had smoke claims. Those are a whole different discussion there. But there is no standard for smoke remediation, and we saw that heavily with the Palisades and Eden Fire as well, where there would be remediation teams that come in. They were not properly certified to do all these projects. The insurance had already paid for them to do this project, but they failed in their remediation, thus causing the homeowner to pay for another remediation crew to come in. This shouldn't happen. We want to ensure that this, every person or every contractor that is doing smoke remediation has the right certifications to do so. Next slide, please. So, of course, we're going to establish immediate help for survivors. Want to make sure that we're going with a public health standard and approach with it. Creating uniform claims handling. Throughout the state, we want to make sure that any smoke damage that we have isn't done mediocrely, pretty much. But we want to touch upon the massive coverage gaps. Insurance works pretty well in a normal house that falls apart in a fire, and the department has pushed for major reforms in the past. And, we actually have a case with the Fair Plan in front of an administrative law judge regarding their handling of smoke damage claims. So we want to push this forward to establish throughout the industry a standard. Next slide, please. So we also have SB 876, the Disaster Recovery Reform Act. So essentially, this was introduced by Senator Steve Padilla. Essentially, this bill is to push forward, a contingency plan of how insurance companies will handle claims after disaster. Give us a clear timeline. Give us, the full amount that we need for our additional living expenses. This is a very, very big issue, that we saw, especially with the recent fires. Folks were getting payouts that were delayed. With this new bill, it would tell the insurers, the later that you pay folks, the more interest you have to tack on top of that. But also, if there are willful violations, next slide, there will be penalties. So there will be direct restitution to policyholders when they violate the law. Anytime there is a change with an adjuster that is assigned to the case, a 5-day status update must be provided. So this does expand those upfront payments, as I mentioned, for folks that have been trying to recover and even start the rebuilding process, it takes a lot of time, as we've seen. Next slide, please. So in part of this bill as well, we do have mandatory replacement costs. So, the cost of rebuilding has gone up. We do want to ensure these policies are within the amount that are required to rebuild a home. A home that could be valued at $350,000 one year, property value goes up to $375,000. We want to ensure that that gap is covered. But also, we want to make sure that when we're building these homes, they are up to code. A lot of homes throughout the state of California aren't up to current regulations or codes of their municipalities. So this new law will actually require, these new homes to enforce that. Next slide, please. So the Make It Fair Act. It sounds very simple, right? So we're going to overhaul the FAIR Plan. This is AB 1680, introduced by Assemblymember Calderon. So we're expanding how the FAIR Plan is going to handle claims. They're going to hire more staff, provide more transparency when we're trying to get people back to the traditional market. Next slide, please. So we are going to impose fees for fair claim violations due to process by hearing and appeals. So Commissioner Lara or the new commissioner will take this in front of a judge and determine, has there been a willful violation or just a violation that we found, and impose fees of $20,000 or $10,000. We want to have the FAIR Plan offer comprehensive coverage options. The FAIR Plan only covers fire, but we want to ensure that they can actually offer, more of liability, water damage. Because the FAIR Plan, you're already paying tons of dollars for this policy in itself. And it's already a struggle trying to find coverage in other markets and within other insurers. So having them offer at least some type of comprehensive coverage will help alleviate that stress on our homeowners. With the compliance, we are going to mandate that they are going to follow our exams whenever we evaluate them over and over again. Yes, the FAIR Plan is run by insurers. It is not ran by the state of California. We got to make sure that they're doing the right things. Next slide, please. So this is our call to action for our constituents here in the audience. This QR code takes you directly to our website there. It fills out a letter to your assembly member and your state senator saying that you support these bills. Next slide, please. If you haven't already, sign up for our consumer alerts. There's new regulations that come out, more information about the AB 888, the Safe Homes Grant, fraud prevention, cases that we close, when it comes to fraud investigations that we have, and just any new insurance news that comes out. Next slide, please. And we've also started a statewide education series. These webinars are free. They're an hour long, and it covers various topics. We've scheduled them throughout the year, but we have one upcoming next week on life insurance, annuities, and our seniors. Next slide, please. And here's how to get a hold of us. Here's our department website, insurance.ca.gov. We're on Facebook, X, Instagram. We have our consumer hotline at 800-927-4357. If you want to reach my branch directly, it's crb@insurance.ca.gov if you want to do events with me. But next slide. And we kind of care about what you think, so if you think this presentation was really good, leave me a nice review on there. But this will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming and sharing this information with our constituents, our residents here. Thank you. Any comments from the?
I just have a quick question. There's a lot of things in there that require local government engagement, building inspections, public health inspections, public health staff. Does this come with funding for local government to implement all of these things that you're suggesting?
So the bills themselves, AB 1680 is actually going to be read on the assembly floor this week. So there is going to be a hearing available. So I believe public comment is available on that. So much more discussion on it. Commissioner will be there to, discuss the bill.
But as the bill's written, it doesn't come with local government support to do the things that the bills are calling for?
It is going with the state's public health standards, so it's going to go established through that. I haven't gotten to read the whole bill.
You can take that back for me, because from a public health department, we don't run one here in Clovis, but we certainly have local building inspections. When that becomes a law, someone has to implement it, that would be us.
Yes.
And that doesn't come with any additional funding, same with health departments. So my comment to you is, whatever the bills are, they are, but they need to support the local government where it gets implemented. Because this
Yes.
isn't going to happen at the State Department of Public Health.
Yes.
Guaranteed. So that's my public comment for you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we're going to move to, I think that's it. So thank you for being here, sir. Next, we're going to move to public comments. Public comments, time for members of the community to address the city council on an item that is within our jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. If you have something to comment to us, you can come up to the podium there. I just want to know for the record that we do have 2 public comments on the flock system of our police department. Anyone else? And if you can state your name and give your address for the record.
My name is Bill Rogers. I'm 3320 Easy. I'm with the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post here in Clovis. I'd like to invite the council and everybody in the audience to, excuse me, Loyalty Day, May 1st, by CVMD, Clovis Veteran Memorial District, and the Wall College. There's a flagpole there. It's where we bring down the American flag. We fold it into a triangle. You in the audience pass it around, one person to the next, all the way around. And then at the end, we'll bring it back around and put it back up the flagpole that shows your loyalty to the United States. That's just a quick summary for it. It was, Loyalty Day was established back in 1958, and we do it every year over here at Clovis Veterans Memorial District. The next one I want to bring up to you, it's going to be a busy weekend, is on Sunday, May 3rd at 8 a.m. It's called Carry the Load. It's a national rally here in Clovis. It's starting at 8 o'clock at Railroad Park over there, and at Peach and Alluvio and Clovis. That's when we gather up. 8:30 we start to walk down the trail where it's very safe, and then we get there around by 9:30. We finish up the walk at Clovis Veterans Memorial District with a presentation. The national team will join us on the trail from Railroad Park down there, and then the Clovis Veterans Memorial District, 5th and Parkway. They'll have transportation back to where, if you leave your car over there, we'll get you back to your car. And then it's just a fun event. What it does is it's for military and first responders who have lost their lives. It's just they have their name on their back and basically carrying their name on that walk. It's a very nice event that we do. Thank you. Any
Thank you, Bill.
questions?
Thanks for always coming in, inviting the council and also the community to these events. And so we will put these out so that way the community
Okay.
sees them as well.
Thank you.
Thank
Guys,
you,
have a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
How we doing, guys?
Doing well.
I'm sure you guys remember me from the last meeting about the Clovis Skate Park. Brought a few of my friends this time, as many as I could make it out on a Monday night. As far as the research I did for myself on this incident and this situation that we're trying to figure out,
Give your name again, just for the record.
William Edwards.
Okay.
Basically, the only way I see it working for the most part is unstaffing the park. The way that it works that I looked up in California is that the only way that you can get rid of the pads is if the park isn't staffed. Therefore, the signs are the rules. So then no one can blame anybody except that they didn't read the rules when they went into the park. I haven't looked into anything further as far as like waivers or anything like that, which would also be an awesome substitute. But there is a lot of skateboarders that would love to have that park back. And I just really hope we can find a new way to make this work. I drive by it all the time. I'm still seeing it empty. It's just a lot of cement that could be used for the skateboarders, you know what I'm saying? But thank you again for listening. I hope we can contact more about this and that we can solve it. Thank you so much.
Anyone else like to just share their thoughts? Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for your time and consideration. I also drive by the skate park all the time. It's kind of to see it just go to waste. I don't know if you guys know how much money went into this thing to build it, and for it to be filled with, I don't know, I mean, 3 people a night in the evening. I don't drive past it all day, but for it to go to, I mean, I don't want to say the word waste, but it definitely would be appreciated. It's kind of harder for us more. I think like that waiver example was a pretty good thing. I don't know if that is an option. I mean, you guys have experience with this, but to have it go and just be a space that's unused, there's a lot of us that would like somewhere to go, and in this case specifically to appreciate it and to spend our time doing something positive and constructive, you know, and not destructive into other places where we would have to resort to going to. And then there is that other Melody skate park that you guys offer and, to us. That's, I think there's something else that in the works for that as well. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but they're trying to do renovations for this to make it more safe so that we could go there instead of this other skate park that's pretty well designed and safe and large, to be able to house a lot of skateboarders. So I don't know, we would appreciate that, appreciate the space, and I don't know. Well, thank you guys for your time.
Thank
I'm Amanda Rastikis. I'm an educator, also a skateboarder. I recognize how important it is for a lot of these kids to have that space where they can just show up as they are and just have a place to skate. And I see a lot of these other skate parks with these huge, vibrant communities. I want to see that here. So, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any skate shop owners in the audience? Because I know that the owners are. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can come, please. Any of you can come, share your thoughts. If you can give your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Amari Murphy, and I'm also one of the Clovis people who do skate a lot. And I find that, again, like what they say too, to be true about a lot of it being empty too. I think a lot of people would honestly genuinely love to skate that skate park, but due to helmets and gears being added onto that, a lot of people cannot enjoy that skate park as much as they want to. And I know in the younger communities like me, my friends, and a lot of people that I know, they all say the same thing. They would love to go to that skate park too as well, but it's mainly the fact that it's limited a lot to gears being added. And honestly, like what Will said, having waivers, honestly, like to know, like you can bring gears, like a lot for like a lot of younger kids. Honestly, I think that having them sign a waiver, being there to either have gear or not have gear, would honestly be a good idea to add on to that skate park. And honestly, I feel like, again, yeah, I feel like a lot, like not to say like it's a waste, but there's not really much skate parks in Clovis, and a lot of the skate parks that people talk about are morely into Fresno area, and honestly, a lot of that is because people can't go the distance because they say Fresno's not really a good place, and honestly, a lot of the skate parks out there surrounded, it's not really a good space for kids to be going to either. And I feel like Rotary, as it's more safer to be going to, as if you're younger, or like just genuinely just for the safety requirements too. So I think it not having gear or not having to be limited as such would honestly be a really good add-on for that skate park, because that's honestly, me and my friends do pass that place a lot, and there's not, and I pass there day and night, and no one, absolutely no one, there's like 2, not even 5 people even go there. It's only just mainly adults who just sit there and watch their kids with all this heavy gear on, just skating. And honestly, not even that. A lot of people don't even use the big stuff like the hubbas, or like there's like 8 stairs over there, like big stuff. A lot of people don't even skate that. That's just a lot of wasted material there. So I feel like it not having gear would honestly bring a bigger community to that skate park, and it would actually be put to good use instead of it just being there, or just being there empty, if anything. That's pretty much all I have to say for that.
Thank you, Amari.
Of course.
My name is Anthony Burgos, and I'm here for the same reason, but about the safety, everybody who goes to a skate park knows what can happen and what cannot happen. Like, they're there on their own free will and know if they get hurt, it's on them. So it's like, what's with all the gear and all that stuff? And anytime you pass by, you just see the worker sitting there on his phone because nobody wants to show up because they can't, because either they can't get the gear or they don't want to wear the gear. And Rotary's in the, like, probably the middle of Clovis, and it's easier for people to get to it. They don't got to drive to Fresno to go to a skate park, or like Mari said, it's not, the best parts of town. And I can't remember the last time I've even seen somebody skate Rotary, because it's just like there's somebody sitting there, and if you don't have even one single piece of equipment, they'll tell you to leave. And it gets annoying. Like, we all want to skate it. Everybody wants to have fun there. I used to go there back when I started skating, and they didn't really as strict, but now they're kind of more strict. And we all want to go there. I know Will wants to probably go there and skate it again. Same with everybody else. It's just like we know what can happen to us if we go there. We all know we could get hurt, and if it happens, it's on us. It's not really like, why do we need to have gear or anything like that? If we get hurt, it's on us. We're just trying to have fun at the end of the day, and yeah, that's pretty much it. It is a waste of space. I feel like the only time people will go there is probably late at night, and that's about it. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
How's it going? My name's Devin Mullins, and me too. I want to skate the park too. But you guys heard it all from them. Skate park's empty all the time. We all want to skate the park. I grew up watching some of these guys skate. I've always seen it. It's honestly like a staple in our community, seeing that park. Back then, a while ago, long time ago, there used to be 1 million people in there, packed to the brim. All these guys, Will, some of these guys right here. Like I said, I grew up watching them skate. It's kind of sad seeing it be the way it is now. I'd like to utilize it as well. I'd love to be over there. I work over towards this side of town. It's just a lot easier. Our skate shop is over on this side of town too. The kids that, some of these kids, they go to Clovis High too. You got right there. They don't have anything right there near them. In all honesty too, a lot of the time, we've all tried to sneak into the park every once in a while. You guys got it locked down pretty good, But every time that we do try, what I do notice is there is it's so empty that it's almost became a different spot for kind of a different crew of people to hang around. You see a lot of people sleeping there, a lot of people doing drugs there and everything. And in all honesty, I think that, if you did let us in and let us get an easier way in, that it'd almost be a deterrent to kind of move those people around, because they're there because it's so empty all the time, and like I said, if you had people there a lot, I feel like it would kind of be, more of a deterrent, as well as, letting us have an extra place. It is our form of sport. We all have jobs and everything too. We like to, we enjoy skating. It's like an athleisure, it's our sport and also our relaxation time, and we kind of feel like almost, if we're towards this side of town, that's almost stripped away from us. And especially, more people moving here, the traffic's bigger, traffic's heavier. It's harder to get across town nowadays, than it used to be a little bit back then. And I just think that, it'd be enjoyable, if we could get a waiver, cool. If not, that'd be awesome too. Every other park in this county is skate at your own risk. And I think that that could also, work as one of them too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Will, good job organizing. The guys coming out tonight sharing more about, sort of our amenity there at that park. So, anyone else here for public comment? Okay.
Comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say, I just love that you all are here. Like, you have organized people that probably, in fact, some of these young men followed me, and I said, you want to come to the council meeting? They're like, no. But little did they know they were actually coming, so sorry. But I just love that you organize this. You have your facts, you have your data, you're respectful, you got a request. So we brought it up last time after, when council can actually weigh in, so I'm sure it'll come up again. But I just want to commend you. I mean, people engaging in local government, this is what it's about. So nice job, all of you, for coming. It wasn't so bad, was it? Sort of bad? Tell your friend to say no, it was really great. But anyway, thank you. Good job, really nice, really good work. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion now, move to consent calendar. Items on consent are routine in nature. They'll be voted upon as one item. And I think we have one comment for item number 11. And Andy, I'm assuming there's nothing to address because I think the.
Yeah, it's been addressed.
I'm sorry?
It's been addressed.
It's been addressed.
So just
in
for
that.
council awareness.
Yeah, okay. So I want to note that for the record. Did the council want to pull any of the items for consent, items, I want to say 4 through 11? No? Okay. Anyone in the public like to address any of the items 4 through 11? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council. What's the pleasure of the council?
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar items 4 through 11.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Move now to public hearing, item number 12. And this is to consider approval of GPA 2026-002, a resolution adopting a Class 32 categorical exemption from further environmental review under the CEQA guidelines and approving a text amendment to the Shaw Avenue specific plan permitting storage facility uses with the approved conditional use permit for Area 6, Little Angels Daycare LLC, the property owner, Hawkins Companies LLC is the applicant, and Eric Tange is the representative. Marissa Parker will be presenting this as our associate planner. Marissa.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Before I hop into my presentation, I did want to bring two things to your attention really quick. The first is that there are 2 letters of opposition that you should have up at the dais. We have received a total of 3, but those 2 we received a little too late, and that's why they're not in the packet. And then my other item I wanted to bring up before I got started is that even though this item is General Plan Amendment 2026-002, this is not your typical General Plan Amendment. This request is not to adjust any land uses from one designation to another, but rather it is a text amendment to the Shaw Avenue specific plan. So no land uses are changing in this process.
So is this not so it's not the standard GPA cycle of
Correct.
FY or fiscal year 26?
Correct. It does not fall under that cycle. It would rather be titled Specific Plan Amendment 2026 and so on, but we don't have that classification yet.
Okay. Thank you.
But we're working on it. Okay, so I will get started with my presentation. Back in 1978, a specific plan titled the Shaw Avenue Specific Plan was adopted. It runs along Shaw Avenue from Clovis to Temperance, and it was designed to be a well-thought-out commercial corridor that would kind of serve as a transition between the existing commercial that had been developed prior to this west of Clovis, and there was some planned residential to the east. So we wanted to have some certain land uses there, and for the specific plan to be rather restrictive in what uses were allowed and where. So when it was approved, there are 9 different areas that make up the Shaw Avenue specific plan, each of which have their specific uses, and it does vary quite a bit from the typical commercial that we see in other places in the city, and especially west of Clovis. But for tonight's item, we will be focusing specifically on area number 6. And area 6 is approximately 22 acres in size. The primary use of area 6 per the specific plan is for office uses. There is an allowance that up to 25% of the area could be residential. We have not seen any residential development at this time. But Area 6 is located north of Shaw, between Fowler and Burrell. We have some office uses over here, a bank here, and then this is the DMV over there. Back in 2018, the council did approve GPA 2018-14, which was a typical general plan amendment, which did adjust the land use for the property right at the corner of Shaw and Fowler, which eventually allowed it to adjust from office to commercial designation and allowed the Ride and Shine car wash facility that is there today. Then back in 2020, the council approved GPA 2020-004, which was more similar of an item to what you are seeing tonight, and that was a text amendment to the specific plan, and that allowed drive-through restaurants with an approved CUP throughout the entire Shaw Avenue specific plan boundary. And then tonight's item is GPA 2026-002, which is a request to amend the specific plan to allow storage facilities with an approved CUP specifically in Area 6. So in conjunction with this GPA, we also received an application for a conditional use permit for a storage facility, which was considered by the Planning Commission on March 26th of 2026 and was conditionally approved for the 2.45 acre site that's up on the screen in red. The condition is that the CUP would not go into effect unless the GPA tonight was approved. But the CUP does not need to be heard by the council. It stops after the Planning Commission unless appealed. Now, in the 3 letters that we received, there were a variety of concerns addressed, so I'm going to touch on those. The first being privacy. So there was some concern about the lack of privacy that the adjacent properties to the north would have, and so with that, staff took that into consideration, and the project is conditioned to install an 8-foot block wall along the northern property lines adjacent to the residential homes up there. And this is an increase from our standard block wall, which is 6 feet. There are also some increased setbacks. So the CP zone district has minimum setbacks for the front of 10 feet. They are proposing 43 feet from Laverne Avenue. And then the side, which would be to the residences to the north, would also be a 10-foot setback, and they're providing 44 up there, along with some additional landscaping to kind of serve as that screening buffer between the 2 different uses. And then also the Shaw Avenue specific plan has a maximum height for Area 6 of 25 feet. This building is 24 feet 10 inches in height, so it is right there, but it is not exceeding the height requirement of the specific plan. Another concern was noise, and we do not have any evidence of increased noise or nuisance impacts with storage facilities. In fact, storage facilities are allowed with an approved CUP in all of our zone districts, including our residential zone districts, and within the city we do have quite a few storage facilities, either in residential areas or just adjacent to them. Another item was light and glare. So lighting with the project is reviewed through the site plan review process, which occurs following approval of the land use entitlements, but we do always review it to make sure and condition that the lighting is directed away and shielded from any residences in the area. And then I also want to point out, for noise and lighting, there are specific sections in our code that the project would need to be in compliance with, and if they were out of compliance, whether for noise or lighting, code enforcement actions would would take place if they were not meeting the code for either of those. And then there was a concern about parking. So the code requires 10 spaces for this specific project. There are 11 parking stalls proposed to the south of the site, so the furthest away from the residences to the north. And then there was mention of traffic concerns. So there are 2 points of access into the site from Laverne Avenue. There is one up here and then one down here as well. There are also 2 gates, or 1 gate. The first gate is up here, and then the second gate is over here. So these entrances or gates will be controlled by one of the staff members. So they will be careful to see who's coming in and going out. And then this area down here is intended to connect to any future development to the west, and there will be reciprocal access and parking eventually. There was also a trip generation memo prepared for this project, which determined that the storage use would generate 763 fewer daily trips than the typical office development would. So offices are allowed by right in this area. So if an office did go in, there would be quite a few more daily trips than this storage facility. Also, there were some concerns about the conditions that are provided from outside agencies, specifically the health risk assessment that the Air District required in their conditions. So the applicant will need to work with the district to complete that, and that will occur following approval of the land use permits. And also the comments from outside agencies are conditions. So if they are not meeting those conditions during construction or during operation, then they could be at risk for potentially losing their CUP if they don't meet those conditions. And then there are 4 findings that need to be made in order to approve this specific plan amendment, which are on the screen. Staff and the Planning Commission were able to make those findings for this project, along with the fact that the project is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan and the Clovis Municipal Code. The site has been vacant since the adoption of the specific plan in 1978. So some market demands have changed over time, so it may be appropriate to amend the specific plan, especially since we have already made a few amendments to the specific plan, and that this use is consistent with the surrounding commercial around it, and it is also, we typically see storage facilities near residential areas. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council approve GPA 2026-002 and adopt a finding that the project is exempt from further environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15332. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of the staff? Okay, go ahead, Drew. We have probably at least 10 storage facilities in the city that I could probably start counting them off. Has planning received any consistent neighborhood complaints about the multitude of Darrells and some other places? I can't recall dealing with anybody previously, but do any come to mind?
I am not aware of any of those concerns.
No, neither have I. So we've had maybe one. It's been a while. It was a flooding concern, and the owner took care of that, to my understanding. So, but yeah, we haven't received anything recently.
And the remainder of the land in that area, in that parcel, that's still zoned in what manner?
It would be for office.
Office. So in the event, that, I mean, these traffic issues could come up at a later time, but this particular use isn't going to create a traffic issue for the neighborhood. I guess I read through some of the objections, and I guess maybe I'm not seeing the concerns. You know, the light issues, we have a lot of experience dealing with these types of facilities. We've kept that to a minimum. Traffic isn't a concern. And quite frankly, this land in a future general plan amendment could go to another use. And it could be, if you look at what the consistent pattern, especially for residential, this could be similar to what the Wilson Development's 2-story right at the fence. I mean, so sometimes there's a saying, sometimes you got to go with the devil you know, and this is not an inconsistent use. That's all I have.
Thank you. Go ahead, Matt. Just a quick question. The CUP you said would go back to the Planning Commission on that. I guess for me, if this were to be approved for that type of use, would there be conditions in there to limit the hours of operation to ensure that there wouldn't be people taking stuff in and out of a storage facility at all hours?
Yes, so the Planning Commission did approve the CUP with hours of operation being from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So if it were approved, all of those conditions that the Planning Commission approved would be in effect.
Would that have the ability to be modified if there was an issue with 10 p.m.?
Yeah, I think if there
Assuming
was,
most of them usually go 7 to 7, that's why I was
if there
curious.
was an issue that arose, then we would be able to take it back to the Planning Commission and review the CUP and potentially change those after, I think, a year.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I have so many questions about this, but let me ask you one. When was the last time the Shaw Avenue specific plan was updated?
In 2020.
So I'm going to start with just the fundamentals. So I think we have to remember the way this plan evolved in 1978, there was nothing east of Clovis Avenue. This was uncharted territory. Oh my gosh, what's happening to Clovis? The Taco Bell at Shaw and Armstrong was kind of an ending point for like, oh my God, that's terrible. That's not what we have today. I don't know that I can't remember now, sorry to say what's exactly how we updated this, but you led with this phrase, thoughtful transitions along the Shaw Avenue corridor. And for sure, it's not 1978 anymore. But to me, the issues about lights and noise are small in comparison to what are we trying to build on Shaw. So I'm kind of a hard no on this. There's nothing anybody can say that makes me go, yes. And mini storage on Shaw is just exactly what I want for that busy corridor on the way to Loma Vista. So I have a lot of questions about issues around that, but I guess I'll just lead with the last chapter of my book is the answers. I can't think of a worse use on our busiest corridor, a 2-story gray mini storage building right up next to a neighborhood. There's nothing thoughtful about that. So it's not an entitled use. It's not in the, wasn't in the land use for a reason. So I just think we should be very careful on just because someone wants to build something and they want a text amendment in the general plan that doesn't meet the findings. There is no compelling reason to make this a mini storage. Full stop. There's somebody who wants to do it, but I have concerns with every single part about this application, and you led with the word thoughtful, and I'm gonna just say for me, there's nothing thoughtful about a 2-story mini storage on the backing up to a residential neighborhood. I'm sorry it's been empty all these years. Maybe it's time to look at that parcel on the specific plan. I'm not sure, but just because someone wants to put it there, I learned as a planning commissioner in 1989, the word is compelling. What is the compelling reason? And just because I want it is not compelling. So I'll come back with my questions, maybe others, but I can't see any value in this at all. So that's kind of where I am on this. I'll just start with the end of the story, but there's so many things that I think we short-sighted on how we would do this. Reciprocal access to the west, what? That is a reciprocal access into a mini storage? That is not even a thing. So I just think it's really, it's got lots of challenges, least of which are people, maybe that some who live in that neighborhood, but there is nothing about this that I think is thoughtful and compelling. So with those two criteria, I'm gonna opt out of this, we'll see how it goes, but strongly opposed to this use, strongly opposed.
Any other questions?
That wasn't a question, was it?
Yeah. It's
That was
okay.
a statement.
Yeah. Diane. Just had a question with regards to just the entry points. Will it be able to handle future development with longer cars and trailers that may potentially turn in? Are there minimum requirements? Are there certain requirements where it would not create? Because I think that you can enter from the west and you can enter sort of that northeast corner. Is that correct, what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there are two entrances, one at the very north and then one down here. And both of these entrances do meet city standards for commercial developments. So it would be able to accommodate any vehicles that go in, regardless of how large they are.
And then in sort of the same question then, fire would never ever need to go in if there was a fire. Do our trucks, can they make it? Or does fire just fight everything from the outside of this perimeter? Would the engine make it is my question. Like, you know, did fire say, yeah, that's, or is this where, hey, that's the building, we don't go in a building because it's sort of like a perimeter anyway?
Thank you, Mayor. So anytime a project like this is proposed, we coordinate with Planning and Development Services to make sure that it meets everything within the fire code relative to access and hydrant placement so that there are options and accessibility for each unit to respond into the unit itself.
So our engines can make it in?
Our engines will be able to make it in, correct.
Okay, and what sort of, can you make it in from the northeast, that turn?
Once we're in there, I mean, it would be tight, but you'll get in. The widths and everything, the geometries are set by the code. We can get in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can't get out, but they can get in.
That's a why. Yeah.
I don't know how, you know, the measurements. I just go, okay, I don't know how you can make it in, but if you say we can, then I just want to make sure. So then the wall on the north side, Lynn, you've talked about this a lot. It'll just be next to the current fence, so we'll have a double wall, right?
Yeah, typically, yes, that's what it
Okay.
is.
I love
I mean,
that.
we encourage,
Thanks for reminding me.
And so, okay,
we do encourage the applicants to, when they can, replace the existing fence, but that requires cooperation and collaboration with the adjacent property owners, as sometimes it doesn't happen.
okay.
So typically, that's why you'll see two fences adjacent to each other.
And what is the
Thanks for
answer?
reminding me.
What's the answer to who owns between the two walls?
Nuts.
Like, who
It-
cleans
it-
that? I mean,
No
paper
one.
gets stuck.
In this case, assuming that the existing fence is on the property,
Yeah,
then the spaces that will be created with this project will be owned by this property owner.
okay.
Okay, let's not kid ourselves. There's nobody that's going to clean that space, full stop. Not a
I see
single
that a lot,
person on
that's
the
why.
planet. You been to my backyard? Not a single person. So, and I live next to a residence, so I forgot about that, how much I
No,
didn't like that. I
every time
appreciate that.
hear it, yeah.
Oh, thanks. But anyway, yeah, no one will clean that, for the record. If you live in that, if that happens to be your house back there, it's not good.
Okay, but by law, this property owner owns that little space between the two walls, and if the neighbors had complaints about trash getting stuck in between there, they would have to come out and clean it somehow.
It's their property. It would be their property, yes.
Okay, I just want that to be very,
Keep talking about it, then I get more, the madder I get, the more you talk about it.
okay. And then it's that street, and they can park north of there is what I'm trying to see and understand in this photo here, right? So they can park in those stalls?
To unload there?
Yeah, to
yes.
unload
Mhm.
stuff, and if they're not going inside?
Right.
Okay. All right, and then are the hours of operation pretty typical, or is it just typical for the businesses operating in this corridor? Or is it typical of storage units? the 10 o'clock?
Yeah, the use or the hours of operation do differ from in a little bit later than what we see with other ones, but it is typical of this storage facility
Okay.
and in other areas of the Central Valley.
Okay. And then the 25% residential, is it for the only number 6 or is it for all?
Only Area 6.
And then that's only a secondary, which is not a requirement.
Correct.
They have
It's
the
just an
opportunity to
opportunity.
make residential there. Okay.
Yes, a few years back, we did have a proposal for townhomes, but it didn't go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
It was just a proposal at that time.
Okay. And Marissa, I'm assuming all the answers you gave answer some of these, because they talked about the business itself, how there were a lot of complaints. Is that not an issue? We don't really look at that, and
Yeah, that would be more so a question for the applicant,
Okay.
but I don't
but we
personally
don't,
know.
we don't,
Yeah.
okay. All right. And I think that's all I have for now. Any questions? Go ahead, John.
I do have a follow-up. I guess there's a TV show called Storage Wars. All right. Is there any provision in here limiting the amount of, because I've gone down Willow and on certain days you'll see a bunch of people at Daryl's at Willow and Nees. Is there anything in our conditions about how many times they can do it, what hours? Because I can see the neighbors having a righteous complaint if people were parking in their neighborhood every Saturday to go look at some property in a storage unit.
Yeah, so we do have a condition that all parking must occur on-site. So while, yes, they could park on the street if there was a complaint and PD was called, it would be an issue because all their parking for staff and visitors is supposed to occur on-site.
And the area that's on Laverne, where the ponding basin is, that's just public parking, it's not timed?
Correct.
So there's a lot of room there.
Yeah,
So,
that's public parking.
okay, I was just concerned about the Storage Wars issue here, okay.
And Councilmember Bessinger, if that's something that council wants staff to consider adding to future potential storage facilities, specifically to that type of use, we can take a look at that too.
I don't know what the thought of council is. I guess we'll bring it up in council comments. But yeah, I think these accessory uses that are unintended would probably be a good thing for us to look at.
Okay.
I did think of one more thing. Will this add anything to the sidewalk yet? Will it build out, because it's dirt,
Yes.
right? So they're
Yes.
only building in the back. Will it complete the sidewalk with
Yes.
this part?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's great. Okay. The south side would be nice. It's just the north side
Okay,
fences.
let's not sell out for a sidewalk, people. No, can I ask a couple more
Yes,
questions?
go ahead.
So now that I'm calmed down and I'm only slightly aggravated about this, but only still a little bit, you had a map of the whole parcel and the red corner that's I know the ponding basin aside, is the corner of Fowler and Shaw where we're talking about this all owned by a single property owner?
I believe so. There's two
And
properties
is there a
there.
reason why we've chosen to put this thing next to the residence as opposed to closer on Shaw? How did that parcel get identified, or that part of it?
No, we didn't have control over the location. That portion there, you see there in red, it was sold by the existing property owner to the applicant.
So the remainder is still owned by a single property owner? They just sold off that corner?
Not that corner, they sold
that
off
parcel, the parcel?
4+ acres. They sold it off to someone else.
Okay.
And the project before you, it's just a 2.5 almost acres.
Okay, all right. I guess my other comment that so in the staff report, again, did I mention there's nothing compelling about this? But I also want to comment when you talk about the consistency with the general plan, let us not think this is a job creator. You say that one of our things is that we create job opportunities. There are 0 job opportunities in a mini storage except the 2 people that live there. Now, the construction maybe, but again, we're trying to sell something that doesn't make any sense. So to me, that was really a stretch. And then I also think that a mix of economic development, things that we don't have enough of, we have plenty of mini storages. So I think those policies are also not well served by a storage unit in this location. I've mentioned that before, on Shaw Avenue, because we can't meet the findings, and I don't think it's consistent with the general plan policies. So I would add that. Is the RV boat parking indoor or outside?
Everything is indoor with this facility. We did see a concept early on that did have some outdoor storage, and we worked with them to remove that and only have it indoor. I also did want to clarify one thing. There is no on-site manager who would live here. There would be about 4 to 6 staff members who would rotate, so
it'll make 4 jobs.
Well, yes.
Great.
But
So
I just wanted to clarify.
That's fair. I appreciate that. So anyway, those are just a couple technical questions, but I really encourage us to listen for principles and general plan policies, that there is no alignment in my mind. So, did I say that already?
Go ahead, George.
3 times.
And I appreciate, the comments, and I think this might be the perfect timing right now with our general plan update to take a look at our policies and goals in our general plan and to see if they're best, modified for our future. I think from a planning perspective, we're looking at a job-generating use. Yes, it may not generate multiple jobs, but at the end of the day, does it generate one? Perhaps. And I think if we wanted to be more detailed in that, then I think we need to look at it as a whole in our general plan policies. Also too, regarding reciprocal access, I think you had a comment about that. That's standard, typical, what we do when there's vacant land adjacent to a developed or potentially developed parcel where we require that access, and so it's not out of the norm to request that here with this project.
That's fair. I mean, normally we would say, well, give me a whole master plan, then for that, let me see what the rest of it's going to look like, right? I mean, we're not saying that in this application. We're just saying you should be able to get into it from the west. Well, again, you've got to, I just think there's so many, I'm repeating myself, but I appreciate that. But I think the general plan, we're doing the update now, it's probably worth looking at. When this was done in 1978, it was a different universe. Again,
Yes.
Taco Bell was just at the edge of the earth. Now look at it. So, and I don't think it's changed much in 2020. I can't really remember specifically, but I do think it's worth looking at. But right now, we've got policies in place, and I feel like it's a betrayal of those policies to do this, to the neighbors who live there, to the other businesses that have relocated. I thought the car wash was really a stretch across from a school, but that's what we have now. So I think we're selling out Shaw one parcel at a time, kind of chasing some shiny object, and I think it's just a really bad planning model. So I will stop talking, promise.
No, I appreciate it, and I think if I may respond to that too, I think we're trying to also be responsive to the market. And I think you mentioned right now, what's the specific plan, or, for this area? And I understand that, and if that's the direction that council wants us to do, we will be happy to require future projects to give us a specific plan or specific master plan for the remaining parcels to bring it, before council. I think from my perspective, at least from my job, I'm trying to be responsive to development and, try to encourage development.
And I'm not making it easier for you right now, and I appreciate you, George.
Okay.
There's already a sidewalk on the south side, on Shaw, on the north side. So there's no improvements.
I believe there's a sidewalk on Shaw.
Okay. But the sidewalk will be what we see in one of the pictures on the sidewalk on Laverne.
You
And
will see it
only on their property line then. They
Yeah.
will not extend it all the way to Shaw.
I'm looking at that right now, but I don't know if engineering conditioned the project to complete the sidewalk down to Shaw. I don't know if that can
Probably
answer
not.
that question.
Okay. So they're only responsible for what's
In front, typically, yes, in front
yeah.
of their project, yes.
Okay. And do they have any contributions to the sidewalk on the south? Because I think we built that, right? This part?
The sidewalk on Laverne Avenue.
No, on Shaw, the north side of Shaw. We built that because there was no
Could have, or
development
could have
there.
been conditioned by other development in that area when it was
And if
built.
we did we get anything back?
We built it. So they probably would pay into a fund for
to
our fee schedule that would contribute, or it may have been a grant that funded that portion of sidewalk.
Okay.
Probably 20-year-old sidewalks though now at least.
Yeah.
Not longer. A bank's been a long time.
I just feel like what we did in front of the car wash, it looks nice, and the rest just kind of straight. And so, but if there's landscaping or if there's fees that they're paying into, I just want to make sure we don't forget that portion.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Okay, this time we're going to go ahead and open the public portion. If you are here to speak on this item, you may come to the podium there. Light's already on. If you can give your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Steven Trevino. I live on Bullard. I promised to myself I wouldn't say anything tonight, but I am.
Me too. But I wouldn't say anything.
Anyways, did the city of Clovis mail out letters to the people that live in that neighborhood? Because I have a cousin, he lives on Keats, and he was asking me about it. And I think there was an article in the Fresno Bee about it or something, and I told him there was going to be some kind of storage there. So anyways, did you send letters out to people? that live
That's
there?
required, yes.
We
Yes,
did,
we did.
and noticing radius is required of 800 feet.
Okay. Anyways, I think this is a horrible idea. It's really bad. You know, they could have, I remember I was driving down one of those streets over by Miniature Lake. I forgot which one it is. There's a storage out there, and the trailer burned, and I guess it was a pretty bad fire. And that's all we need here. And then I heard the firemen saying, well, we should have enough room for a fire truck. The word should is not good enough. The word is there has to be enough room. I was a truck driver for 30 years. The word shouldn't be said. The word, there is going to be room. And then also again, that's been vacant for a long time. There's an Albertsons across the street. There's a Save Mart down the street with a CVS. That area should be reserved for either medical offices or for apartments, where people can go and they can walk to the Save Mart, or they can walk to the Walmart store and whatever, or it could also be a hotel. But come on, but a storage, they could go build that somewhere else. What's next? A topless bar? Come on. I mean, it don't make sense. But that's just my opinion for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino.
Hi there. My name is Carrie DeBartoleben, and I live on Bergen Avenue, right at Bergen and Keats. You can kind of see it up there. A two-story facility is, I think, completely out of place in this area. That's number one. But number two, I'm going to talk about the traffic, because you're saying it's going to be low traffic on Laverne. There's the two entrances on Laverne. There are the two entrances on Laverne. In order to access Laverne, you're going to either access it from Shaw Avenue, or if you're coming south on Fowler, you're going to find that it's easier, especially if you're storing your RV there or your boat, to just cut through the neighborhood and turn off of Fowler onto Keats Avenue and go past the 10 houses that are right there. You can see them right up above that pink line. And then you're going to come back down on Laverne Avenue, and you're going to go in through that way. And you're probably going to go back out that way too, because there is a stop sign at Laverne Avenue and Shaw Avenue, and you can only turn right. And traffic on the 1st and the 15th, the two highest times of year that people are moving in and out if they're storing things, and on the weekends when people are coming to get their RVs and their boats out of storage, they're going to get hung up there at that stop sign. And unless you redo that area there and make it a traffic light to make easier access and people to turn left onto Shaw Avenue to head out to wherever they're going, Pine Flat or whatever, it's going to be a mess. And they're going to end up going up Laverne, off to Keats, and either going to go right on Fowler, north on Fowler, and head up towards the high school, or they're going to kind of jam up traffic trying to make that left-hand turn onto Fowler to get to Shaw. And the reason that I'm saying that they're going to do this is because if they're heading south on Fowler Avenue, they're not going to want to wait for that stoplight at Shaw and Fowler, that turn arrow at Shaw and Fowler, and then have to, again, turn left onto Laverne. They're just going to cut through the neighborhood. They're going to figure that out, and that's what they're going to be doing. And we already have a lot of traffic that come through from the DMV and every driving school in the area that come north on Laverne, stop on Laverne, back up 30 to 50 feet on Laverne because that's part of their driving test. And they're doing that at the driving school. And I can count, because during 2020, when I was stuck in my front office working from home, I would see them coming through every day, every day. You get the rhythm of the neighborhood. That's annoying, but they're respectful. And they come through, they respect the wildlife in the area because we've got some wildlife, we've got waterfowl. I had to stop for the geese twice and their goslings twice in 2 days, one being on my way home today. But you get people there who don't know the area. They're going to be hitting the waterfowl. They're going to be taking Keats Avenue. We've got kids on Keats Avenue. They're playing on Keats Avenue. They're crossing Keats Avenue to go and visit their friends who are on Laverne or on Bliss
Carrie?
or on Whittier.
Carrie, can I ask you to sum up real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My biggest thing is the traffic impact, and again, it is not a good use of that corridor. It really isn't. And a storage facility just shouldn't go there. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
I hate public speaking, so.
You'll be fine.
My name's Lisa Nomar, and I live at 1948 Keats, and I am the person.
Can you talk a little bit into the microphone? I know
Yep.
you hate it, but can we hear you hate it?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can. I'm at 1948 Keats, and I am the person that emailed you the 4.5-page rant. Obviously, I'm opposed to this. I live catty corner from it. I'm on the Pawnee Basin at the corner of Laverne and Keats. As you can tell by the rant in the 4.5 pages. Sorry, that was partly my autistic meltdown too, though. When people talk about the noise, I know how, first of all, there's roll-ups on the back, 10 by 30. The developer or the building is not giving us an extra 34 feet. They need it for a driveway, which I put in your thing. Everything in the report out of planning there's not one mention of us. There's not one mention of us residents. And that's actually what irritated me the most. The setback off of Laverne, they have to do that so that they're not impeding traffic when somebody's coming in with their fifth wheel or their boat. So in between the first and second house will be the light. And I do realize that you guys have ways that the light can be deferred, but you can't stop light, let's be real. And then that's actually where the pneumatic gate's going to be. And it's not gonna be some cute little wrought iron gate, because in the report, I think it was PD who said they have to have the panels in, so it has to be a full gate, so nobody can see behind it. I don't know how anybody can say that that's not noise and not vibration. I can't even see how a swing gate would work, because that's gonna be so heavy. Everybody along the Pawnee Basin will hear that gate every time it opens. And another thing was the whole 6 to 10, so you want to put a building there that's open at 6. Somebody can go get their boat at 6 in the morning, but we can't mow our lawn until 7. I can't put a roofer on my house until 7. So the hours, we're still sleeping. We sleep with our windows open. You have kids that may need to be sleeping in. The hours of operation is crazy to me. It was interesting that you said about the double fence because I'm on the ponding basin. So that's Metropolitan, whoever. They don't even spray the weeds in between their chain link fence and on our fence. So we have to spray them over the fence. But they do not clean it. We do it. The other thing that when you said about thoughtful, the only person that report was thoughtful for was the person wanting to build this business. There is not one thoughtful thing for us residents at all, not at all. We already have, like she said, the DMV. I live on the corner. I can tell you there's 5 driving schools that drive through there. I can tell you that 90% of every single test out of DMV starts and ends in that neighborhood because they know it. But there's
Lisa.
no thoughtfulness for us.
And Lisa, can I ask you to summarize? Yeah.
Sure. She also talked about the traffic on Keats, which is definitely, but the other thing I do want to say about this business is that I know there's a lot of smaller businesses coming to town, and they all need to have record retention requirements because of their legality or whatever the case may be. So the increased traffic I could see being more because of those indoor storage units. You're not spending that kind of money to store grandma's antiques. So I get it. I do believe that this storage unit could probably be used for every small business, including the ones around there, but not when the gate is 10 feet from somebody's house. I don't think that that's appropriate. But again, there was no thoughtfulness going into this whole report for us that live there, only for the landowner and the person building it. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Anyone else? Okay. No one else? No one online, right? Brianna? Is that the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
The representative.
Okay, yeah. Did you want to, please?
Is it on? Yeah. Good evening, council members. I'm Eric Tonge, 575 East Locust, Fresno 93720. I'm with Galloway. We're an engineering and architecture firm representing Hawkins Companies, who is the developer. And the developer wanted to be here tonight, but her flight was so delayed that she wasn't going to make it till after the meeting. But I just wanted to say a couple things generically and then kind of respond to some of your questions. Self-storage plays a vital role in supporting the community and enhancing the livability for both residents and businesses alike. There are both in this region. For residents, storage units offer solutions to space challenges by allowing storage of seasonal items, equipment, or other household belongings. For businesses, they offer solutions for inventory or equipment that allow them to run their businesses without sacrificing functionality. And Marissa did a great job talking about the specifics of the project, and I'm here to answer any other questions. I did want to point out a couple things. There actually is no boat or RV parking at this location. They've removed it entirely. This site is actively managed and maintained, and so they're receptive to hearing feedback as we move along. And another thing, I know the privacy was a kind of a concern with, being a 2-story building next to residents. But the actual rear of the building, everything that's facing all the residents, there's actually no operable windows or no transparent windows along that entire site. And then I know there's a lot of concerns about traffic too, but we did analysis comparing a normal office building to storage use just based on historical data. And, you know, this use is probably one of the lowest uses you could possibly get in the zone district. It's about an 85% reduction in traffic, so just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. And I apologize for butchering your name when I read
No worries, no worries.
Mr. Tanguy.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, yes.
So, I think you know how I feel about this, right? Like, that there's no convincing me at this moment. So architecturally, you all designed this building. So this is with respect, but we have principles in Clovis that say new buildings should integrate with the neighborhood. Can you tell me how this thing integrates with the houses that have been there such a long time? I think it's such a disrespectful move to make something that doesn't fit with the bank, doesn't even fit with the car wash, the offices, and it certainly doesn't fit with the neighborhood, that we're gonna put this into that region. I guess for the life of me, I can't figure out, it's not an unattractive building, but it looks like it belongs out at Palm Lakes, the golf course. There's a lot of things that look like that out there. It does not belong in the existing neighborhood. The second thing I would just say is I think self-storage, we have a lot of them in Clovis, and they tend to show up where there's new building. This is not a new neighborhood. I would think most people in that neighborhood either have a self-storage somewhere else or they don't need it. So I think the whole thing is a stretch, but can you just talk about why the architectural thinking behind it and how that complies with our commitment to the neighbors to integrate with what we currently have?
Yeah, so we did go through a pretty long iterative process just even before we even submitted the application with planning staff to make sure that we were in compliance. And even though maybe technically we were in compliance with the architectural features, the color palette, we ended up going through a number of revisions to try to match, you know, as closely as possible to the existing infrastructure that was around. There's quite a bit of variety in the region. I know that, you know, it was said that it was pretty consistent, but, you know, looking around at the Walgreens, looking around or CVS, there's quite a variety of different, you know, architectural styles.
Nothing really, two-story, right? Is this two-story?
Well, so it's only about, it's 24 feet, 10 inches. And, you know, bringing up the Walgreens, I don't mean to pick on them, but they're not that far off from.
Okay, so it's a single-story.
With a large parapet, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they have warehouse space, you know, so they're pretty high ceilings there too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have something you want to say, Marcy?
Yes, can I add one thing real quick, just to be clear? So our development standards for 2 stories, the maximum is 35 feet. So if there was a 2-story home, it would be around 35 feet in height. So this is well below that, even with their high ceilings.
Any questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Drew.
No, not for the.
No, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on this item? Okay, and we'll answer that in a little bit. But any others? Okay, we're gonna close. Oh, someone on the online?
Yes, we have, I believe, the other representative.
Yes, this is Angeline, who is with Hawkins Company, so the developer.
Okay, Angeline, you are on.
Give her a second to unmute.
Okay.
Angeline, did you want to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you?
Sorry. Try again, we're playing tug of war.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Angeline from Hawkins, and please accept my apologies for not being able to appear in person this evening due to flight delays. And I greatly appreciate your patience and your time in considering our item today. There's a couple notes that I wanted to add in. We've been working closely with the city staff on this project design, and just to ensure, you know, we comply with all the applicable requirements. And in addition, we also conduct outreach to surrounding residents and nearby businesses back in late 2024 as well as last year. During the neighborhood meetings, we have not received any, opponents or comments from the neighborhood meeting itself, as well as we did receive a letter of support from the owner of the Right and Shine car wash. And again, I totally understand, all the concerns coming from the residents. But there's a point that I wanted to make. It's that our proposed project is consistent with the general plan, which is why us and the city believe that the proposed development will enhance the surrounding area by activating and underutilize this infill parcel, as this parcel has been, based on my understanding, it's been vacant for a while, probably at least 15 years. And you may already know there's townhouse, there's even a daycare proposed in the past. However, it never make it happen. So I just want to brought this just to clarify in a little bit. And our proposed project is a Class A facility. It's not like the typical mini storage. And if you could, I would ask you to review the elevation that we prepared, which is aligned with the surrounding elevation, as well as the design with the facility.
Are there any questions for Angeline? Angeline, you mentioned that there were neighborhood meetings. I was going to ask the staff, but you mentioned there were neighborhood meetings?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It was in November 2024. And we did reach out, like, not one by one on the west towards the commercial neighbors as well. We were there, like, in person, but we have not received any opposition or any comments to it, the proposed development, even before we submit for, a formal application.
And since November 2024, you have not had any other meetings?
2024, we did 2 last year.
Oh, those 2 last year as well.
No, 2024, and then 2025 1, and most recently we have like a public notice early this year as well, and we did not have any significant comments or opposition till up to date. We just received 3.
And those were done with our staff, or those were with you guys doing it independently of our staff?
So the neighborhood meetings are, one of the requirements when we do like our pre-app, just to inform the surrounding neighbors of the proposed projects. And I believe the city should have a public recorder of that as well, because everything
We'll
is
confirm
submitted.
with our staff. Okay. Thank you, Angeline. Any other questions? Okay.
So
Thank you so much.
I am not aware of any neighborhood meetings being held in the context that we usually talk about neighborhood meetings before certain projects get to certain levels. We did have a parcel map hearing earlier this year, or at the end of 25, I'm not exactly sure. And we did hold that meeting, and that is where the owner of the Ride and Shine came and stated that he was in support of the meeting. And that hearing was in our office, and very typical for parcel maps. And then when we did go to Planning Commission, there were no letters of opposition or any folks who joined to speak at that meeting.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Let me just conclude with the public. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion. We're just going to bring it back to the council. Any further questions? And then can you let the resident know about how many storage units?
Yes, I was going to actually mention that, Mayor, if perhaps the applicant or the applicant's representative can clarify how many units they're proposing. We were told that as of today, they were still finalizing the number.
Okay. And that's part of the CUP, huh?
The CUP
That's where you
process,
guys
yeah.
are.
And also, well, yes, part of the CUP, but also it gets finalized in the site plan review
Okay.
process.
Mr. Tange, do you just have that, anything what you have up to date?
Sure, yes. So currently, until a final tenant is actually, under contract, they would be the ones that help determine the final actual count, but we approximate about 750 to 800, depending on size.
What was that? 50 to 800?
750 to 800.
Oh, 750 to 800 units. Okay.
So you don't have a user for this? It's not CubeSmart or whatever it's called?
No, it's not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know who it is or who's in the running for it.
Yeah.
But it is. Hawkins Development does work with a number of them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tange.
Thank you.
She's, Angeline is raising her hand to, I think, answer that question.
Go ahead, Angeline. Just because I think we are interested as well as a council. How many units, or do you have an operator? Is she able to?
Yeah, I think we're having takes a second to unmute. Do you want to?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I wanted to answer the questions by Councilmember Lind. For your questions, our user have not been finalized yet, but we are looking at a national brand storage user.
Okay.
And you are correct. It will be proposed 750 units for now, even though we have not, start the unit metrics yet. And that we will work that closely with the city.
Okay.
To finalize the units.
Thank you, Angeline. Okay. Any other questions for the staff? So, I just wanted to follow up, first of all, because we were talking about the meetings with the neighborhood. CUPs, is it required? Because it doesn't come to us anymore, so I forgot that.
Correct. CUPs do not
Do not,
require
okay.
neighborhood meetings.
And GPA?
GPAs typically do, but since this one is
It's
a
unique?
specific plan amendment, it does not require any neighborhood meetings.
Okay. All right.
Can I
Go ahead,
ask you-
Drew.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
ahead.
Go ahead, Drew. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. I thought I heard one of the neighbors express some concern about people operating businesses from that storage unit. I mean, currently, the one across from the Health Sciences University has a business center and a storage unit. There is no component of this that is going to be a business, correct?
Correct.
I think the reference was storage, records retention, I think is how you described, not somebody doing business out of there, but storing records in there. I think that's what she meant.
Okay, I wasn't clear, and I wanted to make sure that that was the case. I bought a house in this area, 1986, and the only thing at the corner of Fowler and Shaw, at that corner, was a dead pine tree. And it was a dead pine tree until we put a car wash there. Was I thrilled about a car wash? I would have rather had medical offices as part of the existing ones there. But, you can only play the cards you're dealt. Any use that we put in here is going to affect the neighborhood. It's going to affect Shaw Avenue. It's going to affect Laverne. And when you look at the existing footprint outside of this proposed use, there could be some other businesses that have come in that are definitely going to affect the neighborhood. This, in my mind, has the least effect. I mean, it's not going to be benign, but it's going to be the least harmful effect. And I'm going to be supporting this CUP.
Can I just,
Any other thoughts or
just
questions or
a
comments?
question? Is it unusual to, I haven't read the CUP, to approve a CUP and you don't have an operator? Is it possible, I mean, I guess you can search for an operator that's willing to live by the conditions we've laid out, but is that, I feel like that's not normal?
No, it is pretty typical. We see it maybe fairly often, and whenever a user does move in and they're ready to operate, they will have to comply with all of those conditions, and if for whatever reason they don't want to, then they would have to come back and amend the CUP.
Well, I'll be the counterbalance to, what's her name? Drew. It does not meet the findings for GPA, full stop. It is detrimental to the public interest, and there's no compelling reason. And I do not operate from the planning perspective that it could be worse. Everything could be worse, but we do not, in Clovis, run to the lowest common denominator, and that's what we've done in this project. It doesn't fit, it doesn't match. The attention to the neighbors, 10 houses, but they are right, that is how people are going to drive their RV and their boat all down that street. It's what happened. That's just how people drive. It's too soon. It's not the right use. We're not desperate. I feel like we're doing a desperate land use plan because someone wants to build a storage unit and they want to operate till 10 o'clock at night because you said that's what their user does. They don't have a user. So I don't actually buy that they want to do 7 to 10. So I think there's so many things wrong with this. Bring it back when you have a user, bring it back when you have architecture that matches the neighborhood, bring it back when you can actually attend to the fact that our fire trucks and trash trucks can get in, not should be able to get in. I just think this is the lowest common denominator of Clovis planning, and I think it violates the general plan amendment process. So on that alone, I am a strong no, and I would really encourage my colleagues to think about some other option, bring it back, keep working on it, but this is not it. This is not. It's been vacant a long time. I miss that pine tree. I'd rather have a pine tree on this lot than this. I mean, we do not operate, we don't chase to the bottom, and this is chasing to the bottom of land use for this parcel, and I think it's a huge mistake. So I'm a hard no, and I'll make the motion to deny this, but I don't know if I'll get a second, but I'll put a motion on the floor to deny this, whatever I'm doing here, approving the text amendment to permit storage facilities, and we'll see if there's a second, but I strongly oppose this in every way.
I think we heard that. I'll second.
Thank
Okay,
you.
there is a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion before we go to the vote? Okay, we have a motion, second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
No.
Okay, so the motion fails 2 to 3 or 3 to 2.
I have a motion. Approve a resolution pursuant to General Plan Amendment 2026-002, adopting a Class 32 categorical exemption from further environmental review under SECRA guidelines for the Shaw Avenue specific plan for this use.
We have a motion. Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Nay. Motion carries 3 to 2. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, George.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, we will now move to item 13. It's to consider approval of various actions related to Ordinance Amendment 2026-001 for the mixed income zoning ordinance for residential development projects. Item A is consider introduction and adoption of an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clovis, finding that proposed ordinance amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061, Subdivision B3, and amending the city's development code by adding Chapter 9.27 to the Clovis Municipal Code to establish a mixed income zoning ordinance for residential development projects. Item B, consider introduction of an ordinance to the city of by the city of Clovis, finding that the proposed ordinance amendment is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061, Subdivision B3, and amending the city development code by adding Chapter 9.27 of the Clovis Municipal Code to establish a mixed income zoning ordinance for residential development projects. Staff on this is Clara Casares, Housing Program Manager, Chad McCullum, Economic Development Housing Communications Director. Chad and Claudia.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity tonight for us to present elements of the mixed income zoning ordinance tonight. also known as MISO. So because it's a long title, we're going to be using that acronym a lot. Throughout this presentation, you're going to hear a little bit about the background, what brought us to this point. You can hear some key points of the draft mixed income zoning ordinance, and then some next steps as well. Before we go to that, into the meat of this, I want to talk about the outreach efforts that we have been doing as a city, joint efforts between the Planning and Development Services Department, led by Renee Mathis, and our Housing Division with Claudia, Holly, and myself. Beginning back in March 2025, we had the first group meeting with residential housing developers to share elements of MISO. We then conducted monthly meetings with the BIA and other interested developers as the year went on. We established a website with background information that has all the documents, elements of this ordinance. We're going to share a QR code later on, so you'll be able to get to that website very easily. In December 2025, we had our second group meeting with residential housing developers, and we've been conducting, as I mentioned, one-on-one meetings with interested parties along the way. Some background. So every 8 years, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, determines a housing need for each county. That's also known as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. There's a lot of acronyms here. That's ARENA. The ARENA is included in the city's housing element, which is a chapter of the general plan. That's a binding agreement between the city and HCD. In October of 2019, there was a lawsuit filed against the city for being out of compliance with state law for failing to plan for the ARENA units required in the 2008 and 2016 housing elements, despite those having been approved by HCD. In February of 2024, a judgment in the case was entered into after negotiations. There was a judgment that included 6 programs. You'll hear about those in a moment. Those 6 programs were added into our 2024 sixth cycle housing element. Those 6 programs, number 1, changes to the R3 zone district. That was completed. Number 2, local housing trust fund was established. That was completed as well. There was a real property dedication that took place. It's completed. Still underway is the infill rezone program. Tonight you're hearing about the MISO, and then the development impact fee deferral program. That was also completed. So program number 5, that's what we're talking about tonight, MISO. In order to comply with the judgment, the city agreed to adopt a MISO and conduct a financial feasibility study to evaluate the following: an appropriate set-aside percentage in new residential developments that would range from a minimum set-aside of 5% to a maximum set-aside of 10%. So there was the range that we needed to determine. An in lieu fee amount and some alternate options as well. The city hired Kaiser Marston Associates to conduct the financial feasibility analysis. That analysis was completed in October of 2025, and my colleague Claudia is going to take it from here and talk a little bit more about the findings of those, that analysis and more about the draft MISO.
Sorry. Since the feasibility study was completed, city staff from the planning department, from housing, and from our city attorney's office have been working together to draft the ordinance which we are presenting to you today. The mixed income zoning ordinance will apply to any new residential development project, which includes single family and or multifamily development projects consisting of 11 or more market rate units. The requirement is that no less than 5% of all proposed units in the development application will be set aside as mixed income units / MISO units, really affordable units. The ordinance also identifies alternative compliance measures as follows. The first alternative compliance measure is to pay an in lieu fee, which is proposed at $2.80 per square foot. The second compliance measure is to dedicate land off-site. The third is to construct the MISO units off-site. The fourth compliance measure is to acquire and repair existing units in place of the required MISO units. And the fifth option is kind of a catch-all option that allows the developers to propose a different compliance measure not already identified in the ordinance. All of the compliance measures will be discussed in further detail in the next slides. First, we'll discuss the primary requirement, which again applies to all new residential development projects of 11 or more units. The requirement is that 5% of all the units be set aside as affordable housing. In this example of a 50-unit subdivision, The calculation is as follows. 50 units times a 5% requirement equals 2.5 units. In the MISO ordinance, we round up, which equals the requirement for 3 units of affordable housing. In an 80-unit multifamily development example, the following calculation applies. 80 units times the 5% equals the requirement for 4 units of affordable housing in that development application. Next, we'll review the 5 alternative compliance measures. The first alternative compliance measure is the payment of an in lieu fee. If this option is chosen, the requirement is to pay $2.08 per square foot of all net livable space of all of the market rate units in the development application. The net square footage excludes garages for all units and excludes common hallways and common spaces for multifamily units. In this example of an 11-unit single-family housing subdivision application in which the developer has chosen to pay the in lieu fee, there are 5 total homes at about 1,800 square feet and 6 homes at 1,600 square feet. Those multiplied times at $2.80 per square foot calculates to a total in lieu fee of an estimated $47,600. The fees that are collected by the city through this in lieu fee program will be deposited into the city's existing housing trust fund and used in the future for other affordable housing programs or projects. This next slide is an example of an in lieu fee payment calculation for an 80-unit multifamily residential development. The calculation depends, of course, on the size of the units and the number of units to be constructed. In this case, all of those units multiplied by $2.80 per square foot calculates to a total in lieu fee of an estimated $173,306. The next alternative compliance measure is land dedication off-site. The proposed land needs to be sufficient in size to meet the MISO construction requirement of the 5% affordable housing units. Additionally, the value of the land has to be at least equal to what the developer would have paid through the in lieu fee option. Staff will review the proposed site to make sure the size, capacity, and feasibility of that site can be used to build the amount of MISO units required in the application. Approval of the proposed off-site land is at the discretion of the city. The land will be added to the city's housing trust fund and utilized for future affordable housing activities, or it may be developed via potential partnerships with affordable housing developers. The third alternative compliance measure is to construct the required MISO units at an alternative location off-site. The alternative location shall be pre-approved by the city within the city limits and on ready-to-build and suitable sites. The number of off-site units constructed shall meet the MISO construction requirement of 5%. The off-site unit construction shall be comparable and concurrent with construction of the market rate units in the development application. Compliance measure number 4 is to acquire and repair existing housing units. The applicant can purchase existing market rate units elsewhere in the city and convert those into the required MISO units. The units will be required to be repaired as needed and deed-restricted for affordable housing. The acquisition and rehabilitation of those existing units shall be concurrent with the construction of the market rate units in the development application. The fifth compliance measure.
Mayor, could I
Yes,
ask
go
a
ahead.
question before we get any further on that? Could you go back? With the alternative compliance measure number 4, if someone was to come in and get a 250 apartment complex, rehab them, and put them out for affordable, do we get credit for that 250, or that was existing 250 and too bad for us?
And I think the question is, do we get credit as far as RENA goes?
Correct, that's what.
And I think we've stated in the past it doesn't.
Yeah, I think rehabilitation does give you some credit with HCD, but it's a different column than you're used to seeing on the HCD report showing rehabilitation. So I think we get some credit or acknowledgement of it, but it may not add up to our overall unit creation numbers.
So our 1,500 units, we don't get 280 off that. Do we get a portion? I guess I'm not clear.
If we rehabilitate units that are not in service, say they're in really bad shape, we would get credit for that. If they're just current market rate units that are getting converted, we would not.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, did you have something to say?
I was a little curious. What 1,500 units? You mentioned 1,500.
We're required to build X amount of units.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's the Bob Whalen clause, when we promised we would build 1,500 units, wherever it was.
I think he's referring to the RENA number, but this doesn't really relate to RENA obligations.
We're not building them.
Yeah.
But we're required to zone and get these things, remove all the barriers. And I can think of several complexes here in town that would be great candidates for a developer to come in, rehab it, and really improve. But if we're not getting any credit for it, I mean, it's still a good thing, but I'd hate to go through all that and then not get any credit for it.
So Andy, what you're saying is what?
It depends. It depends on how bad the units are. If they're not habitable and they're being rehabbed, and that can be counted as a unit created. If it's just buying or building a brand new complex, or in this case, rehabbing a relatively new complex where things are turning over into affordable, we may not get to count those toward our HCD obligated numbers. But it would meet our obligations in this settlement.
Even if the existing units weren't quote-unquote affordable, if they'd say they were market rate.
That's my understanding, yeah.
And maybe rephrase it. If a developer takes a 250-unit complex that is market rate currently, goes in, rehabs it, and makes it affordable, we still don't get credit for those units?
Not relative to our RENA obligations.
For our RENA obligation.
Right. But as far as the settlement and meeting our obligations to that, yes, it would count. And I just want to clarify, there may be some, because we haven't experienced this yet, there may be some way to count these with our RENA, but we would want to make sure, I don't want to give bad information to you at this point. But there could be some ways to do it, but we're not experts in this yet.
Okay, thank you.
But we are reporting those to the state, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not coming down checking what we report, going, okay, you said 35, I only counted 4.
Yeah,
We're
it's
reporting the 35.
self-reported, and then they obviously can come and check if they desire.
Okay. Go ahead, Connie.
The fifth compliance measure is what we call the city discretion measure. Developers can propose an alternative compliance measure not previously identified in the ordinance, and it will be considered at the discretion of the city. And just quickly, the recommendation for council today includes the approval of 2 ordinances. One is the urgency ordinance, and one is the regular ordinance. And next, I will hand off the presentation to Chad McCullum, who will provide next steps and closing.
Thank you, Claudia. So at the risk of being just a little repetitive, this ordinance that you're hearing tonight is an urgency ordinance, and the language is shall be effective immediately upon its final passage and adoption, so it would go into effect tonight if voted upon to the affirmative. And the introduction of the regular ordinance is also being heard tonight. If approved, it would appear for adoption on the April 20th, 2026 meeting. And I'm sure our city clerk and city attorney can clarify and correct me if there's any better way to say that. During the interim, between now and the time that we begin getting applications, we're going to continue to work with residential home builders. We want to make sure that we are as business friendly as possible. We understand this is a different way of doing business. We want to work with them. You heard all of those alternative compliance measures. They're put in place in order to be as flexible as possible with still being able to be in compliance with the judgment. We're going to finalize an implementation guideline, which is being worked on right now. It's to help city staff work through this very complicated process. And then we're going to update the web page as needed. You can see the QR code right there. Anyone in the audience or online can click that QR code and see all the documents associated with the settlement, the judgment, and the MISO. That's our presentation for tonight, and we are ready for any questions.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Why are we doing an urgency ordinance? Why are we doing that?
that was listed in the judgment as how we were to proceed with this next step. Correct me if I'm wrong, Scott.
Yeah, that's correct. So the judgment required, I think, at the time, there was public health and safety concerns raised, so that was the requirement. But I will say, we have the regular ordinance on place. The whole idea of an urgency ordinance is it's in place immediately. An urgency ordinance, unless there's specific findings that are then thereafter made, like about a month or so later, goes away in 45 days. So in essence, we have an urgency ordinance adopted tonight, if possible, and then a regular ordinance that would be adopted at the next meeting if it's introduced tonight, and it basically follows after the urgency ordinance goes away. So there's no lapse. That's basically what it is.
But a typical ordinance comes to the council and then usually takes effect 60 days later.
30 days after
30
adoption, right?
30 days.
Right.
But the judgment specifically says when we adopt this, it has to be an urgency
Said it will be
ordinance.
adopted as an urgency measure, or to be adopted as an urgency measure. Again, I can't tell you how to vote tonight, but we have a secondary regular ordinance on the agenda as well for your consideration. So
I understand, I'm just trying to, from a business practice standpoint, so would it be of value if I was a home builder to have 30 days? Maybe it doesn't matter, but I'm trying to get clear on the language. So if the judgment says it's an urgency ordinance, in my mind, that's what it says. So that's our instruction.
that's what the judgment says.
That's what the
yes.
judgment says. Okay, thanks.
I will remind you, an urgency ordinance requires a 4/5 vote. Regular ordinance requires 3. So.
Any other questions for staff?
Mayor, if I may add some clarification to Councilmember Bessinger's question. So based on my understanding, there's legislation that passed a few years ago that allows 25% of arena numbers to be met with rehabilitation units. However, they have to have at least $60,000 worth of improvements made to those units to count and be deemed affordable. So there's a lot of ifs in that, but it is possible.
I had some questions just on how this actually helps those who are wanting to be able to buy a home. So they buy it, the home has to be deeded for 45 years, correct? But they buy it at affordable price, whatever that is. So if the home is 400 and the price is determined that an affordable price for someone of this income is 100,000. The seller, the builder has to sell that for whatever that affordability price is. Is that correct?
That is partially correct. The city is looking to augment sales price with city funding through our first-time homebuyer program. We're also looking to augment the sales price through partnerships with Habitat for Humanity, who sell at market rate as well, and they bring in additional funding sources to bring up that gap. And so while, yes, typically the sales price would have to be within the range of 30% of somebody's annual income. That's what is considered affordable. The city can come in with additional funding to provide a down payment assistance so that it could get closer to market rate sales price.
So, but it's whatever that low income price is.
That is, it will be sold at the higher rate at a higher value if the city can provide a first-time homebuyer assistance loan.
So say they don't and someone comes in and they bought it for 100,000. They'll pay it off before 45 years. But if they sell it, it's still at that low rate. So really, we're not really helping them much because they'll own it, but if they ever were gonna move or do anything, they're stuck because that deed made it where, most mortgages are 30 years, right? So they're 15 years, so even if they move at 15 years and wanted to move up, they didn't move up much in asset attainment. They were able to afford it. This is sort of just my problems with stuff like this is that, we're trying to help them. They got into a home, they would have to live in it forever, but true wealth comes when you can move up, right? You keep, okay, we're gonna sell, honey, we're gonna buy a bigger home. But if I sell, if it was market rate, it would be 400,000. But, we bought it at this thing, now it's 110 maybe, right? And so we got 10,000 instead of, so it makes it where it looks like it's just keeps people
down even more, and then makes it where it's harder to even sell. My second question is, if they built 100 homes and it's all the higher end homes, do they have to make the same home and make that $600,000 home in the north $200,000? Is that how I'm understanding it? Because they can't build like this little home, right? And everyone else has a 2-story, 4,000 square foot, and then there's this home, 1,200 square foot.
I do want to address the 45-year affordability period, and it is an issue. When a low-income person purchases their first home through a first-time home buyer program, it's meant to build wealth. So then that person could sell it to somebody else, and you move on to your second home, a median, middle-income home. But that's not what this judgment is about.
I understand.
This judgment, unfortunately, is about having more low-income units. And so staff had a hard time grasping that as we were writing the ordinance, because ultimately we were tasked with adding affordable units to the city of Clovis's repertoire, not building wealth, unfortunately. So we were, for that matter,
I think
is why
I've
we
forgotten
have,
that too.
for that matter, is why there's so many compliance measures. We're trying to make it easy on the development community, including the catch-all measure, where come up with something and we'll review it and see if it builds additional affordable housing units. So unfortunately, our hands were tied on the 45 years. That is in the judgment. And we try to make it as simple as possible. But yes, the houses will be deed restricted for 45 years. And if they were to sell again, they would have to sell to another low-income family that will also be capped at their income at that time. Unfortunately, fortunately, depending on what side of the crystal ball you're looking at. And then the second question was about comparability. We just had our final discussion on that today. Again, we've been tossing that around because there is an option to buy rental units as your meso units. So while I, as Claudia, your affordable housing program manager, would love to see an affordable housing unit amongst the mansions, and that one look like the mansions, I would love that, right? For my low-income families in Clovis, that's not likely going to happen. That developer is likely going to choose buying a rental or paying the in lieu fee. But we do have an option in our internal guidelines that we're tossing around where there is an ability for you to build a smaller house, and again, not like a tiny house, because we don't want the subdivision to look odd and somebody to call out that one low-income unit as the poorer family that lives in the neighborhood. But we are giving the option of maybe it's a little bit smaller. But very likely the developer, wearing my developer hat back when you guys saw me on the other side, is we would pay the in lieu fee. We would buy a rental unit off-site. And if you buy a rental unit off-site, our internal regulations will not force you to make it comparable to the single-family house that you're building.
And then you said here we might charge an admin fee. Is that part of the $2.80, or is this above and beyond whatever that in lieu fee is already? Because I look at it, it states here you're going to have to do a yearly report. And so it's going to get going. Where is that? Who pays that? Is it the person in the home? Is it the builder? And then do they keep paying it? Can you kind of just go over that? Because I think we need to get that clarified now.
I'll try to
because
take a
later on
crack at
it'll
it.
be difficult to
Yeah.
I don't have enough money. We don't have enough staff to take care of all these homes now.
Number one, we're obligated to monitor these programs for the next 45 years, 55 years, as long as this is in effect, right? So we're obligated to this. There's a couple fees that are being looked at. One would be when the initial developer comes with the plans to propose a project. We don't have a fee proposed right now, but eventually we will have to figure that out. So there'll be an analysis over the course of the next year or so to determine how much staff time, not just Claudia and her team, but Planning and Development Services for the initial installation of this. And then long-term, we're going to have to figure out how we pay staff. We only have 2 people. We have Holly and Claudia who are doing this full-time. They're pretty stretched. We're going to have to find out, is this something that comes from that housing trust fund? Is there an admin fee that comes from there? How are we paying for it? We don't know yet, but we are obligated to do this. There's a lot of things in the settlement that are challenging. We will do it the best to our ability. We will comply with the judgment, We will work with our housing developers, and we're going to do the best we can to provide these units, which Claudia just so eloquently laid out. That is the entire goal of this settlement, is to provide affordable housing units. Probably, along with the in-lieu fee that Claudia mentioned, most developers probably will end up exercising. There's the other option, which is a land dedication and the option to build off-site with a third party. We've had meetings with Habitat. I know they'd be happy for us to mention that. They're on board. They want to be part of the solution. They already build affordable homes. They have a list of families looking to live in Clovis. So this is the type of synergy that we're trying to find, recognizing that this is difficult, recognizing this is an expensive program. There's people that do this already, and we'll probably be able to do it, well, certainly better than, we don't develop. That's not our job. They do it already. So we've been starting to have those conversations already, and I think we're going to have many more.
And my last question is for you, Scott. The ordinance has the language of, this is, because of a judgment, and it's going to be in the fourth cycle, and the fourth cycle is 2024 to 2031. So my question is, does this ordinance die in 2031, meaning in that cycle only? Because we were only judged for that cycle, not seventh cycle, not eighth cycle, not ninth cycle. And so shouldn't that language be in the ordinance so that way, hey, when 6 cycles over, ordinance, boom, gone. Because they can't, why are they punishing us for cycles that we aren't even part of? They told us to put it only in the 6th cycle. So is that valid?
Interesting point. I haven't given that much thought. I mean, it is a program in the city's 6th cycle housing element. Adoption of the ordinance is what's required by the judgment. Implementing this, the idea, I think, behind this program was to try to create a certain number of units over that 8-year period. I'd have to look into it more. I guess I would suggest we don't need to put it in the ordinance today.
Why not?
And if I could add,
I think we need to put it in today until it's challenged.
Yeah, if I could add, it was put into our current housing element.
Yeah.
The state will review how that program has performed, and on both sides of that equation, whether it spurs housing or not, as part of our next housing element cycle. So it'll be reviewed at that point again. So I think there's going to be further discussion on this program over the next decade at length as we look at how it's performing.
And that's fine, it's the housing element, it'll be that, but I'm just saying this becomes an ordinance, and so the ordinance was, we would not have it, we would still have it in the housing element if it was the HCD required it, right? So, but to put it in an ordinance, that's a whole different ballgame for us, so.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, an ordinance would be required whether it's in the housing element or judgment or not, correct?
Yeah, it was
To
required.
implement this
I'm
program.
fine, yeah, no,
Correct.
I'm fine, because we have to have it, I'm just saying, isn't it just for that cycle? That's what we're sued for.
Those were the leftover units that were required to try to accommodate for at this point. I'll just, generally speaking, an ordinance can always be amended or repealed at some point. I'm not suggesting at the front end that we're going to do that, but at some point in the future, if the things have been met that were required to be met and the terms of the judgment were implemented, and we've determined at some point, 8 years from now or whenever the housing element cycle ends, that we've met our requirements and we have other means in place per the housing element, that might be a consideration at that time.
Yeah, and the structure of the settlement had a number of units that we did not plan for, according to the judgment. And this program, amongst others, reduced the amount of units that needed to be rezoned for going forward. So to your point, Mayor, it is isolated to those units that we did not plan for. So.
And then for the renters, we are managing rental units, or is it still the the developer who owns the rental unit, or is it us? Because there was options for renters, and that goes 55 years. And so if it's a rental unit, so can you clarify
Yeah,
that?
the city will not be managing any rental units.
Okay,
Our
okay, good.
responsibility for the next 55 years is to look at their rent rolls and ensure that the families inside the meso units are low income, and that's really
That's
about
it.
it.
Okay. Thank you. Drew? Go ahead.
I hate to ask this question because I think I know the answer. If someone buys a home and it's got a 45-year deed restriction, is the city of Clovis on the line to ensure that they are occupying that unit and haven't sublet it?
Yes.
Because
We
we would be.
we already function with a program like that, with our programs like that. On an annual basis, the housing division sends out 300 notices to homeowners to make sure that they are still living in their homes. We check the tax records, we check utility bills. And if they are not living in their homes per the deed restrictions, then we call their notes. In this case, there isn't a note, so it's a little bit more difficult how we implement the deed restriction. We may be required to have them resell to another low-income family.
So we're going to be in the supervision and real estate business at some point. Has any other city or entity involved at this level like
Yes,
this?
it's a requirement from the federal government and the state government that cities and counties annually review home ownership in all of their loans.
No, maybe I didn't make myself clear. With this 45-year deed restriction, are there other cities in California who are currently situated like us, getting beat up for not having quote-unquote enough affordable housing? Is somebody else ahead of us on the curve where we can look to them, or are we on the frontier here?
We may be the first in the Central Valley, but we are not the first in California. There's many in California that are doing a program similar to this. They often call it inclusionary housing. So while that does take place across California, we are the first in the Central Valley, this portion of the Central Valley.
Do the cities that are currently doing it, do they have like a housing department? So we can end up taking on a large bureaucracy here. Our housing department is 2 people. But if we end up building all of these, we're going to be in the housing department oversight, unfunded liability. Thank you, state of California.
And much of this work was done by the city when the RDA was fully active, 10, 15 years ago. And we had a pretty significant function there that was doing some of this work, a lot of the same terms and requirements with that money.
I didn't want to ask the question, but I felt the need to, because it's pretty glaring.
The key difference being that RDA actually provided operating revenue to the city to do so, just to your point.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. At this time, we're going to go and open up the public portion. Anyone here to speak on item number 13? It's been a while, Mr. Pierce.
Yeah, well, sometimes you try to retire, sometimes you...
Name? You can give your name, address for the record.
Paul Pierce, you want the address too?
Okay.
Anyway, I'm trying to understand all this collecting of trust fund. This is only for Clovis? And does the money stay in Clovis?
Yes.
Okay. The cost of running all this coming out of this trust fund too?
And that was something we were trying to figure out. We have not figured that part out 100%.
All these fees we're collecting and all the paperwork and everything done, is that going to pay for all the work that they're going to have to do and what you're going to have to do?
We're going to figure that out, yes. So
Okay.
it's going to have to come someplace.
Well, evidently.
Yeah.
But it's sometimes you see some of these fees and housing and all of a sudden it goes off to another place. And they
It'll
get
stay
all
here.
the benefits from this. So I'm just curious how sure we can make this just for Clovis until we can get in the groove of all the deal. But it only affects the contractors, though, right? For all their building. And when they put in housing tracts, it doesn't, like personal homeowners?
No, only if you're building 11 units or more.
Okay. I'm like, oh, there went the value of my place. It just crashed. But we don't have to worry about making ours a low, personal homeowners
No, you'll be
required to
fine.
sell to low income.
No.
I'm like dropping the price of my place.
No. You'll be fine.
Now, if I sell mine to a contractor, is he going to try to drop my price of my home because he's going to be stuck paying all these fees? Right?
No.
If I go, if I'm like sucked into the city, and a developer says, hey, we want to buy your property, put a housing tract up, is he going to say, well, we got to drop the price because it's going to cost us a lot more to pay these fees?
No, it should not affect the housing market as for you to sell. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or land values. Mhm.
That's one thing a few things I was thinking of, that my property's going to drop and any fees are going to be leaving the area, so, okay.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Pierce.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else here to address us on this item? Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Monatua, council members, Andy, Paul, Chad, and Claudia. We, first of all, Darren Rose, on behalf of the Building Industry Association of Fresno and Madera Counties, we understand and that, this is a court-mandated issue, and we see that. But we just want to say this will act as a de facto tax on new home buyers. These fees are put into the cost of a home, so this does affect future home buyers. And it does make Clovis less competitive over time, but again, we understand that y'all are you're in a tough spot here. And additionally, I just want to thank the staff. Chad, you've done a fantastic job answering our builders' questions. Andy, your whole team has been accessible. We don't like it, but we do understand it, so thank you.
Mhm. Thank you, Darren. Anyone else like to address the council?
Mike Brandini, 2062 Alamos, representing myself. I used to be him. So I do, yeah, whatever. But I do understand, as he stated, that you guys are under the gun. You have to do this or get severely penalized. I personally do not agree with this because it's a tax on a new homeowner. It's not that homeowner's responsibility to solve the low-income housing problem. It's the whole California society. It's the whole United States, but they're not doing it. And so I am personally opposed to this approach because it penalizes and adds cost to somebody, especially the lower priced homes. If you've got, a 1,500 square foot home, it's going to add, based on the $2 and 80 some cents a square foot, that's going to add $3,500 to the price of the home. It doesn't make any sense to do that to somebody who has scraped together the down payment and doesn't qualify for anything else. So I understand it. Don't like it, as he said. It doesn't make any sense, but that's what they've mandated. A few questions, and the mayor asked one of them that I was going to ask, is what happens to the low-income buyer who gets into a home that is worth, $300,000, $350,000, and that home buyer is getting an assistance of let's say 150,000, so they can afford a $150,000 loan. Well, in 15 years, life changes, they need to sell it. They have to sell it for what they have in it, or do they get to reap some of the appreciation as any normal homeowner would in a normal market? So I guess is what happens in that situation, as the mayor questioned. Also, are these down payment assistance considered an infusion of government funds into the project, which would in fact make this particular house prevailing wage, which would make it even more expensive and cost more money to implement? That's a question for you guys and the attorney and anybody else with that better knowledge than me. But it seems to me, for one thing, I know that any money goes into a public contract, it triggers prevailing wage. I mean, you guys deal with it on a couple of bid awards earlier this evening. Those are prevailing wage projects. And I'm sure that's, if you'd have done it in just a regular market, in a even market, you'd probably save several $100,000. But that's how government operates. But I guess I need to have those questions answered and to go on the record that this is a ridiculous thing to charge new residents who have no responsibility and have no liability for creating the problem of providing housing for lower income people. And I understand they need it, but it's not the new home buyer's responsibility to solve that problem. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
No nexus. No nexus.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Brandon DeYoung, DeYoung Properties. I echo the same sentiment of those who spoke before me. The only other thing I would add is not only would this add cost to the home and therefore cost to the home buyer, but also this might discourage builders, such as my company, from buying more land and building more homes in the city. Remember Economics 101? Mm-hmm. How do you bring the cost of something down? Increase supply. If supply is reduced, cost goes up. I get it. Same thing. You're in a tough spot. Probably have to do this regardless, but I guess we'll see how this plays out in a number of years, right? But that's my only thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Brandon. You only get 3 minutes.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Pierce. Go
Good
ahead.
talking to you. But anyway, another thing just came up to mind. A low-income person buys at a low price. What do you do on homeowners insurance? How is he going to replace it if he's got homeowners insurance for $200,000 home, and it's going to cost $400,000 to replace it? Is his homeowners insurance going to be for $400,000 or $100,000 or $200,000? And who's going to cover the rest?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion, bring it back to the council to make any final statements or any questions.
I would just say, I think, to me, I mean, so thank you all for what you said. I think the opportunity is we have a smart building community, we have a smart staff. Option 5 says, can you find other ways to consider it? I think that's I don't know what those are. So I think if we all can just stay in the conversation, I think something will emerge because we are unique in that way. Our home builders are as committed to building this community as we are, and that's unique. So I'm going to hold out hope for option 5, which is bring us some other ideas and let's see what we can do. But it is there's nothing good or tenable about any of this, but it is where we are. So I'm gonna root for option 5 more.
Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record when we have these types of conversations, but it's exactly what's been expressed by everyone with the public comment as well, is just the backward nature of what this is, and that Sacramento often does this type of thing to local jurisdictions without the ability for us to maintain that local control. And specifically with this, of course, the idea of creating affordable units is ultimately going to create fewer affordable units ultimately, because again, it's a tax on the new home buyer. And so those who are, millionaires, super wealthy, they'll still be able to buy their homes. The people who are going to qualify for these deed restricted units, they're going to have the assistance to buy these homes. It's the working class and middle class who are going to get hit the hardest, because those fees are going to be added to those homes. And so we're going to see the price of market rate homes continue to increase, and we're going to be contributing to that increasing at a faster pace. And so it's really kind of counterproductive to the overall intent of what this is supposed to do. And so, like I think everybody, I'm completely in principle against this concept. Again, I think it's counterproductive. It's going to do the opposite. We're going to have less housing available to the people who truly need it. And so many of the questions that came up, even the question about insurance, how does that work? How are we going to fund the staff time to administrate all of this? These people who are going to be in the deed restricted units, they're not actually building equity and wealth, which is what the whole point of home ownership is intended to be. So why are we doing all of these things that aren't actually accomplishing the intended goal? We're not really helping these people. And the fact that this isn't really our choice, that this is being forced on us, is so typical for California. But so unfortunate, because, to Lynn's point, if we as a Clovis community in tandem with our developers, or that if we wanted to address this, we would come up with 1,000 better ideas that would actually be effective and truly help people. But that's not what we get to do. We have to do this, which is not great, and just another example of our hand being forced to do something that isn't right for this community, but it's not our choice. So for all of you who are not going to like what comes out of this, I personally apologize for that, but I encourage you to really direct your frustration and your anger to Sacramento and the people who are forcing that on us in our local jurisdictions.
Any other thoughts or comments? Yeah.
Just one last. I guess what I worry about is at the end of this, in 2031 or whatever 2030, if we haven't built more of anything, regular home, market rate homes, low income, then where will we be? That's the worst kind of case scenario. Where will we be then? And then what judgment? How will we be judged then? We didn't do our job. We didn't give enough. That unknown to me is scary, because this is not going to do what they hope it does. So I don't know. In 2030, when we haven't met the standards, whatever those are, I don't know. What will we do then? So something else to worry about, I guess.
Yeah. I have one last technical. Okay, it says here that the agreements will come back to the council. Why does that have to come back? You sign it, you take care of it.
Part of a land use application, the whole package for that particular project.
So it would just be a regular, it's not an additional step? Because I read it like it was an additional step.
Well, it is an additional for staff to manage that agreement, but that would come with the actual land use entitlement.
Okay, all right, as long as it's not creating an extra step.
Well, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to make a motion on the urgency ordinance. If that's what we were required to do, I guess we'll do that. So an urgency ordinance of the city, as stated in the staff report, or the agenda, sorry.
Second. So just a question, Scott. So if we do A, we don't have to do B?
I'll still ask for B.
You got to do both.
We'll do
A
both.
will only have a life of about 45 days.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
urgency measure. So the
That's
idea
just-
is that the
okay.
regular ordinance would follow that.
Okay, we have a motion, and then I think, Matt, you seconded?
No,
Drew?
that was my forceful.
Okay.
Reluctant second, the reluctant motion and a reluctant second.
Okay, a motion and second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Still passed, right? 4-1.
So just for the record, I heard the mayor vote no,
I'm
but
nay.
it was 4-1 approval on the urgency. Okay.
Okay.
It's because you got to vote last. That's cheating.
No, I just want to make sure it passes.
I'll make a motion to, the second item be, a motion on the ordinance of the city of, what? City of Council of the, whatever, that is exempt from the secret pursuant to the more traditional ordinance approach.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second. Okay. We have a motion second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
So the same 4-1 approval
4-1.
on the regular ordinance as well. So that
That
just,
nays to represent the council.
It pays
And
to go
just-
last, I'll just say. You have nothing to lose at that point. I
and
know how
just so
that,
you
we
know,
how that all
because it was
works.
4-1 on the regular ordinance, it'll come back at the next meeting, but it will not be a consent item because it was not unanimous. So you might hear a 30-second staff report on that item.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, okay, see?
No.
Okay. All right. Item 14. This is provide direction, timing of off-site infrastructure improvements for entitlements to maintain public safety. Thad Avery, city engineer.
We should
And
never have an
Renee.
engineering item at 9 o'clock at night, honestly. There should be a rule against that. I'd like to make a motion that we know, just kidding. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to go ahead and kick off this item for us tonight. So staff tonight is really seeking council's direction on options to address the timing of offsite improvements related to private development. Definition of offsite improvements. So we're talking about infrastructure, street widening, and traffic control measures like traffic signals. Staff will be presenting tonight what our current policy is, some options to modify our policy associated with the timing, along with a recommendation for council to consider tonight. Based on council hearing all of this information, we are going to be seeking from you how you'd like to proceed. So really, what is your direction? Based on your direction, if it is to modify our current policy, then we will come back in the future with a proposed policy for the council to formally consider and then adopt. Oh, Thad's already ahead of me. Look at this. We're a team up here. Okay, so why are we here tonight? There's been a growing concern among council, the community, our partner agencies such as the county, Clovis Unified School District, and the public on how we're assessing and addressing the timing of these offsite improvements as our urban-rural interfaces, and we continue to develop in our growth areas. Our goal tonight is to ensure we're maintaining the highest level of public safety while these developments occur in these growth areas, and ultimately we see an increase in traffic. So a little bit of background, how did we get here? I mentioned there's been a growing interest, so you've had a number of community members come before you at council to talk about their concerns with traffic. We also held a public workshop with the county back in December of 2024 where we talked about how do we continue to collaborate and be forward thinking about how we can ensure safer roads as Clovis continues to grow. I will say, out of all of those discussions, staff took that information. We did a significant amount of time developing these options. We met with our city administration, our department heads on how could we continue to ensure that we have some sound options. And then we also met with our development community, presenting these options, holding some public workshops, receiving letters, and having conversations. So again, I'm going to turn this over to Thad. Tonight, we're going to really present to you what our current policy is, what some options are for modifying that policy, and we're going to seek your direction. And then based on your direction, we may be returning back to council with a proposed policy for consideration.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to point out that we're talking about policy for all development, but the policy varies a little bit with each type of development. So for this presentation, I'll refer only to residential tracts to keep it simple. Yeah, we're also talking about policy for all improvements, but our main discussion will be the topic of street improvements, as this is the focus. With our current policy, all work is conditioned based on technical studies. Currently, most timing for completion of improvements is prior to acceptance. Therefore, improvements come near the end of a project in about 5 to 10 years. Bonds are provided for security for completion of the improvements, but that has no effect on the timing at all. Staff reached out to City of Fresno and Bakersfield just to see what they do as a comparison. And they both told us that they have projects that have had some form of linking to offsite improvements to phase completion or lot count. So there is some sort of timing with improvements with both these cities. The BIA mentioned in their letter included in the staff report that these municipalities have collaborative models for offsite requirements. So I reached out to the BIA to find out what those models were, but I have yet to receive any response to that, so I do not have the answer to that question. To move forward with timing of improvements, we need a nexus. The Subdivision Map Act allows agencies to apply timelines to offsite improvements with health and safety concerns. And to provide a nexus for street improvements, we would condition the traffic study for a project to include phasing of required improvements for development. The phasing would be tied to a number of units that trigger the need for each specific improvement. Staff has the following options for council moving forward. The first option you have would be to continue with the current policy, where improvements are tied to the project acceptance. Or we can use the traffic study phase information to condition a project to construct improvements by one of the 4 options for timing presented here. The first option is to limit the number of permits allowed by a development prior to specific improvements completed as outlined as needed in the studies. This is a simple way to link timing to need. The feedback from the industry on this option was that it causes funding issues when building stops in the middle of a project. The second option would be to limit the number of permits, but correlate units that trigger improvements to the completion of a full phase or final map, with the intention of not requiring permit limitations mid-map completion, but not allow the approval of the next phase until improvements are completed. This adds some flexibility to the first option and should take away the funding concerns if a phase can be fully completed. The third option, establish a separate offsite improvement development agreement near the tentative map approval. Have the agreement operate independently of subsequent developer agreements, and the agreement would identify timing and how many units can be supported by each improvement. While this is a viable option, it does create difficulty to create an agreement this far ahead on a project due to overlapping conditions on projects, but it could work on some projects. Option 4, establish a schedule for improvements with a developer prior to a project, and if the developer is not meeting the schedule in good faith, then the city can halt permit issuance. This is similar to the current process with a threat of halting a project if a proposed schedule is not met. It does put staff in a difficult position to enforce, but it's also a flexible option, but it could also cause inconsistency with developers. Staff is recommending option 2, but thinks that option 3 could work on some projects, and is looking for direction from council for staff to come back with one of the options or keep the current. With that, that's the end of the presentation. Ready for any questions?
Questions of staff? Go ahead, Drew.
Which option would be the best
in your opinion, when we're dealing with other entities, like the County of Fresno? Because the areas that we're growing into, we are affecting their roadways, but it's not within our boundaries, so we can't improve those roadways unless we're going to take them all completely on, which we have, that's been an issue between staffs. Which option is the best when we're considering the multiple entities?
I think in my opinion, it'd still be two, but when you run into the other entities, that's why the traffic study would be very important as far as what the nexus is for what improvements need to be made. But anytime we run into other entities, we are gonna run into issues of what we can improve and what we can't. And of course, the funding of it also.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Matt.
I met with BIA when they talked about this as well. And I know there were some concerns with 1 and 2 from the building industry, but there seemed to be more receptiveness to 3 and 4 and working together. So have you had those conversations with them about the differences for them on 1 through 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess the biggest concerns that were coming from the 2 area was the unknown entities of PG&E or things like that, of holding a project up if it was dependent on another entity not doing their side. So, which I could totally see and understand. I think that would be a concern. I am a big proponent of wanting the streets built. And I know I brought that forward before as well, is we tend to build the projects and then the streets don't get done, and then there's always another reason or something for why that's not occurring. So I understand where the buildings number 2 becomes a concern, but I think if we can find a way to work with 3 and 4 and come to consensus on this, I think it's a good start anyways. And as much as I dearly would love for the streets to be built prior to a project, I understand there's financing issues and those kind of things that come along for the builders as well. So, I don't know, just my thoughts on what was presented to me as well.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be a challenge with doing some improvements when we don't own the right-of-way and they're outside the development area. And those challenges do present some delays and make it more difficult to construct timely. So I do understand that, yes.
Go ahead, Lynn.
We probably all had a conversation with BIA. I think, to me, when I heard the conversation, it was sort of less about all the engineering and really what we were trying to get at. And I think we are trying to get at, for me in particular, where urban meets rural, or rural meets urban, or rural meets less rural. So I think the safety aspect is really important. I think also that notion of we are pretty good at building a road and then we stop because we don't have the funding, and then we start over again, and then we tear up what so I think that idea of kind of continuous, how can we build the most road we can at one time? So I think those principles really is what I heard in the conversation with BA as well. So I do think that you all can keep working on this, and I do think it's somewhere between 3 and 4 as a way forward. And how you frame the algorithm, that if this, then that, you all can figure that out. We know sort of how, if you run into a right-of-way issue that is unsolvable and ends up going to eminent domain, that's one thing. If that's not what's happening, there's probably a series of kind of metrics that you would be able to use to figure out if they were on track and whatnot. So I think there's more conversation, but to me, the principles of that urban-rural safety, continuous building as much as you can when you can are really important. So I tended to think, I think somewhere between 3 and 4, you can find a strategy to bring back to us for discussion.
Did you have anything, Diane?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said, and I think what I really appreciate is the collaboration that's already gone on. This is something that we've talked about now for quite some time, and so I appreciate that you guys have really put in the effort to figure out what the possibilities are to make a difference in this. And so I think we're very close. I think that I think there's probably consensus that we don't stick with what we've been doing. We don't stay with the current policy. We do head down the road of trying to figure out what one of these other options are that truly works best for everyone. And so to the end that I appreciate the work that's already been done, I do see that we're really close. And so that would be my personal direction, would be continue those conversations and then bring us back that one consensus policy for consideration, which, you know, is probably around 3 and 4.
3.5.
Yeah, somewhere 3.5, we'll work with that. But I do want to say how much I appreciate what's already been done, because what's been brought to us tonight is so synthesized from everything. And so I know that was a lot of work to start with current policy and then work to 2, then 3, then 4. And so to come up with all those different ideas, I think is really why we're as close to finding the right answer for everybody as we are. So thank you.
I have a question with regards to, it's stated here that everything is based on the traffic study. So moving forward, we can ensure that a traffic study person can actually tell us 40 units, that light, 80 units, the other light. They can actually have the expertise to tell us that. And then how we want to implement is sort of our policy, but in the traffic, they can do that right now? Because we never had that before. It just kind of tells us it's going to affect these intersections and all that.
Yeah, we've never requested a timing element out of a traffic study. It was just always what are the impacts and what needs to be done because of a development. So we would request a timing element to see how many units can be supported by a certain development.
And you in the engineering field have seen where they can provide us that, where it's defensible in that, hey, yeah, that is a nexus to the number of units.
Yeah, they should be able to do that, yes.
They should be able to do that, okay. And my second question is, how important is it to also involve our police and fire in that? We need it at the beginning, or no, we can wait till the end? How important are their input into safety of these things versus just a traffic engineer? Because X number of units, now they have to go into it, right? And so if it's not built out, the truck can't go. They're gonna have to go the other. So are we gonna consider that as well?
We could look into that. Normally, we're mainly looking at access when it comes to safety as far as our police and fire. As far as how it impacts them in other ways, we can look into that.
Okay. And my last point is, when it's around the development, I don't have that much an issue. When it's that street over there in the county, that's when I have an issue, because we're gonna pave it, yet there's nothing underneath yet, or, you know, we're just widening it, and we're gonna have to rip it apart again. I think those types of questions require CUSD and the county involved in it. Because are they going because of the school? So the school's in impact too, but they're always left out of this discussion. You know, they're going to the school. I know it's our people, but they're the draw. If there was no school, no one would be going. So in other words, let's study that and get them all involved. And it's a county road. What's their share? What are they doing? How much are they putting into it? So that way it's not 100% Clovis, your issue, your problem, but it's really a shared issue with the other 3 entities, the other 2 entities with us. That's my thought on things that are sort of further from the 4 corners or the 4 boundaries of a development. Those, whatever decision we make, I'm pretty comfortable with overall, but it's those further ones where we kind of, I struggle with a lot.
And Mayor, we have been in parallel with this process, which is focused more on development adjacent, talking to the county about what do we do about the gaps. And that's an issue that we're continuing to meet with them and come up with ideas. So if something comes out of that, we'll definitely be bringing it back to council for consideration.
Can we also loop in CUSD?
For sure.
I
The
know
county at this point is providing us, we've mapped out areas where we think we may have issues in the future.
Okay.
And we're working on what those streets could look like in the future, and then cost, and then of course CUSD needs to be part of that discussion when we get to that spot.
and I think 3 and 4, so. But, I don't know, any other input before I open up to the public or questions? Go
Yeah,
ahead, Drew.
just from an engineering standpoint, I'm assuming that whoever does the traffic study will be able to talk about interim measures that we're gonna take along the way, like, looking at like Ticonderoga and Fowler. Widening it enough for vehicles to make the turn without stopping everything. I mean, obviously, when we build that out, it's gonna look totally different, but there's gonna be, probably a 3 to 5 year plan of, hey, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna improve it later. Is that something that has been discussed? Am I completely out to lunch here?
So that gets a little more farther down the line on the engineering and how we design it later on. But the traffic study will at least get us to the point of the timing of what needs to happen first, and then the design will follow what the traffic study goes
Right,
with.
because to Vong's point, Fowler does not have, there's no underground there. So if we were to put a traffic calming device and increase the size of that intersection a little bit so cars can get around it, that it certainly would be cheaper, but it's not a permanent fix. The same thing with Teague and Sunnyside. There are things we can do there that won't be permanent, but it'll improve safety and won't break the bank. But because we're not going to over-engineer it at that time. Do the traffic engineers, do they see those things and come up with interims? I'm assuming we're going to give them direction to do that.
So they won't come up with interims for that, but they'll give us the layout of the timing of the traffic demands and what needs to happen. And then we will analyze that and say, okay, do we need to put in other facilities, and how does that affect funding and all that? So there's going to be a lot more involved when it comes to on the outreaches of, do we put in utilities and street at the same time? And how are we funding that? But the traffic study itself will bring the timing of what needs to be done as far as the traffic portion only.
Okay, thank you.
And then just for that I'm clear, it's traffic studies, you're looking at streets, it's not off-site improvements as in sewer, water, all that stuff too, right? Or is it everything and the timing of those things as well?
Well, we're looking at everything, but trying to combine it all in this discussion was very complex, so I wanted to keep it straightforward and say just traffic. And that is the main reason of the concern of why we came here. It was timing of traffic. But we're gonna have to consider it all when we come back, just to make sure that we're not missing some of the improvements that have to happen.
So it's more than the traffic study.
It is.
It's the water study.
But like I
and the
said, I
sewer
wanted
study,
to
and-
keep it simple here, and this
Yeah,
was
it's
the
the
main
whole
focus was
ballgame.
traffic. The main focus was traffic, because that was a concern, but everything's have to be tied in with it.
All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open up the public portion. I'm here to address this item. You can come to the podium.
Hello again, everybody. It's good to see you. With that, it sounds like I have some follow-up, so I'll be searching my junk email or searching my email for that. First of all, thank you for everybody engaging with us on this issue. As we've noted to, I think, both staff as well as council members, options 1 and 2 are deal killers for Clovis in terms of development. If you cap permits at a low number, banks will not finance, and that's both my national builders as well as my local builders. So, and then we have to account for, rigid caps don't account for punch list delays. I think it takes 2 years just to get something, move through and into the building phase here. We really prefer option 4. Transparency, create a public-facing council-adopted schedule for each project. Empower FAD and the city engineering staff to hit the off switch if we're not meeting our schedules. And then option 3, a separate development agreement for each project. That's doable. We can work with options 3 and 4. And then I just why roads take time. You all know this better than I do. Subsurface sequencing. We have water lines, you have PG&E, FID, Cal OSHA, so on and so forth. So it takes a lot of coordination, dealing with a lot of third-party agencies to do a road. So as we told a lot of you during our meetings, I mean, okay, pave roads, and then you got to tear them up in order to deal with PG&E and the water lines. So now I'm going to yawn. So anyway, but thank you for your working with us, and we look forward, and we sincerely would ask that you support options 3 and 4, or specifically 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Hello, Brandon DeYoung again, DeYoung Properties. Same thing, I would echo pretty much everything Darren said from the BIA's perspective, but really I think our focus is number 4. I mean, at the end of the day, you guys need the transparency into what our plan of attack for a project is, and if we're not meeting that, totally agree, there's a problem, and we got to figure something out. But if we all come together early at the beginning of the project and decide what is realistic, what's feasible, you know, what's the conservative approach, what's the, if it goes wrong, maybe it ends up this approach, right? So it's all eyes wide open going into the project, right? And then as it's happening, regular meetings, keeping track, I think that's the right approach. Keep business moving, keep homes rolling, but keep us honest and keep us on track. So that's our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mike Prandini again. I just want to reiterate what Darren and Ryan have said. In my almost 20 years with the BIA, the biggest major impediment to getting improvements completed for the least members of the BIA was PG&E. They were always slow. And a prime example is Leonard and Shaw. I'm sure you've all been through that intersection. It's a nightmare. How long has PG&E been working on that, undergrounding that stuff? And I know it was briefly brought up, but like I said, in my 20 years experience with the BIA, the major impediment to any improvement and completing it was PG&E moving their lines, getting their poles out of the way. And I know every member of the council has probably seen an example of that. So with number 3 and number 4, especially number 4, you know, you've got to have some flexibility built into that to bring in the other agencies like flood control, like PG&E, and anybody else that's going to have some infrastructure in that section of road that they're going to be putting in. The builders want to get it done and get the heck out of there. They want to be able to have that road improved so people can get in and out to either buy, so they can see the homes, they can buy the homes, and they can move into those homes. So, you know, they're not looking to delay this stuff just to delay it. They want to get those improvements in as soon as possible so they can complete the project, get out of the way so they can finish the subdivision, sell the homes, and get their bonds. Because those bonds are not cheap. They're expensive to guarantee this work gets done. So they want to make sure it gets done. So in my mind, I concur that probably 4 is the optimum, but 3 is possible. But it really depends on the council working with the staff, working with the BIA to come to a conclusion as to what is the best path forward. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else like to address the council on this? Okay, we will close the public portion Do you need us to decide on one of these, or
If
more,
I-
to be more definitive on one of them?
If I may, Mayor and
Sure.
Council, I think I'd like to repeat what I heard. You're providing direction to staff to continue to work on a timing of offsite improvements, focusing on options 3 and 4. We'll continue to work with the development community. We'll return to council with a proposed policy that starts with a benchmark of these technical studies that would lay out the timing, and then based on that timing, working with a policy that addresses both 3 and 4 to move forward.
Anything else to add?
Do you, Renee, do you feel empowered to be able to make those kind of decisions without us getting too involved in the weeds?
I believe we could make those decisions. If it is a city policy, then it would need to come back to council for your consideration to move forward. But we could have a guideline at the city level that we could implement. I think a formal policy that's approved by council is very clear for the development community. There are no questions. And so, for example, if we bring something back that says based on these technical studies, we're going to establish a schedule for the timing of these offsite improvements. And if there is a delay, then this is the criteria that we're going to review. And at that point, we will, I'm just reading the language for option 4, we would halt issuing any more permits. And if council adopted that policy, then it's very clear to the development community, that's the practice we're going to follow.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards policy just because in the event that you say, okay, we're gonna need to halt permits, that our phones will blow up, and we need to make sure that we're all on the same page with that.
I appreciate that comment a lot because you're absolutely right. If we establish this policy and we're all clear about the criteria and when the halting starts, that there's no confusion. I think staff on the front end will continue to work with the development community, but we'll be very clear. But as you've heard tonight, a lot of what causes the delays are pretty common in projects. You've got PG&E, you've got delays in acquiring right-of-way. They want to get the work done, but there are delays. So at what point do you halt the construction? Because now there's a safety component we want to maintain, as Councilmember Ashbeck brought up. Our focus is to maintain a high level of public safety. Our public safety, police and fire, want to be able to respond to incidents. They want to be able to respond to community requests. And if we don't have those improvements in, or they're under construction, and you've got more development, you've got more traffic on the road, then it's harder for them to be able to respond.
Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, I think to that point, I like the wording of number 4 where it says, meeting the schedule in good faith, then the city can. And so I think the flexibility and the open communication that really prioritizes, I think is what would lend it to be successful. And I think it also kind of incentivizes that continued collaboration between the city and the developers. Because if there is a delay with like a PG&E and the developer isn't getting anywhere with them, that empowers the city staff to potentially kind of help see if there's additional ways to alleviate those delays and those problems. And so I can see the real positives and effectiveness just in that wording alone to, again, kind of prioritize that continued open communication, which I would think would be a positive. And the transparency part of it too, I think sounds appropriate.
If I may respond to that, I did hear council, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that we want to deviate from our current policy, and our current policy is kind of that right now. So we have a study's done, it tells you what improvements need to happen, there's no timing associated with it. We run into delays, and projects continue to develop, and in some cases, it's not until track acceptance that those improvements are put in because of a utility company, because of you name it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear with council that we don't want to stick with our current policy, and we do want to move towards something that will be a little bit more I don't want to say restrictive, but there will be some consequences to not getting the work done based on the technical studies and when those studies indicate those improvements need to occur.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
right. And I think you have the ability, if it's a PG&E delay, like that's still in good faith. It's not like the developers are like, oh, we don't feel like doing it right now, or, so I think the combination of 3 and 4, I think the separate development agreement could include a schedule of improvements. I think if you put them together, you have like a giant run-on sentence, but I think that's how you can account for that. And then I think Diane's point about if they're moving in good faith, it's in their interest to finish this work. They're not winning any prizes for having it take 5 years. So, and then mostly the citizens win because it's safer, roads torn up once, we don't open and close Shepherd 7 times in 3 years or whatever. I think it's that we're trying to get better at. So that's what I think.
I think we have a consensus on that, so thank you for clarifying back with us. Yeah. Okay, we will move now to item 15. This is a resolution of the City Council for the City of Clovis confirming assessment for costs for abatement of nuisance 2075 Swift Avenue, Clovis, California 93611, APN number 552-200-47S. And is our Assistant City Manager, Paul Armendariz, on this one.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So starting with a quick background, our code enforcement team has been engaged on this nuisance property for a few years now. We've issued a total of close to $16,000 in administrative citations and in abatement costs to go in through warrants and take care of some of the nuisances that we've been made aware of. On March 5th, 2026, a notice of a proposed lien was sent to the property owner regarding this proposed council action tonight. The property owner has been non-responsive, absent. Our understanding is that they do not live here or live at this property. They live out of state. We've received several calls over the last several years from neighboring residents. We also, on the dais, is a public comment regarding the specific property from a neighbor, inquiring about taking care of the front and backyards. There is currently an abatement warrant that's in progress. The declaration is with the judge, and we're awaiting that approval to move forward with maintaining the front and the rear properties. So next steps, again, we're asking council to consider approval of this resolution, confirming assessments for costs for abatement of this nuisance property, 2075 Swift Avenue. Should council approve that, the property owner will have 15 days to pay the close to $16,000 in fees or fines. Should that not be paid, then we can record this notice of lien with the county recorder's office, and we will continue with abatement warrants and compliance with the Clovis Municipal Code going forward. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Go ahead, Drew.
When I read this item, I pulled it up on Google Maps, and I thought, it's not a bad-looking house. And then I went out and looked at it, and I was very concerned. Have we had any contact? I'm assuming there's no occupant, correct?
So actually, the last time we went and served the warrant, our code enforcement officer did run into an occupant of the home. It's unclear. First, we thought it may have been a squatting deal, but it sounds like it's not. It was a gentleman who said he was interested in working with the property owner purchasing the property, but there were some notices on the door for non-payment of utilities and some other notices that from PG&E. And so we're not really sure what's going on there, but the actual property owner itself does not live there. Our understanding, he does live out of state. So there was an occupant there, but kind of unsure of what was taking place.
Yeah, we probably need to move as fast as we don't want to have squatters and then have
Absolutely.
to go through the process of evicting them and having a fire. So,
It happens to be on my jogging path every morning because I live to the north, and that home has been vacant at least 10 years. Maybe more.
We'll get to you in a little bit for the public, yeah. We're just gonna
maybe more
have
information, but just
questions.
based on my casual observation, it's been an issue for some time.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I'm trying to locate this house. Where?
It's just south of
I need a
Gettysburg
map.
Park. Gettysburg Park there, Gettysburg
Spring Elementary, just.
That's where I live.
You're far enough away.
No, I don't care about that, but like I should walk by this house every day and look at it. What's wrong? Why don't I see it? Where is it?
You probably go up to the park and don't go that way.
Park, come down.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Go
all
down
right,
Cypress.
all right. I'm told, it's like 3 feet from my house and I can't find it. Let me see if that demands bigger.
We're looking at it at Google Maps, so.
Oh, I see, I see.
It'd be a great home for a home builder to buy to rehab for our affordable housing projects.
And rent it out for 55 years. Any other questions for staff? Okay, this time we're going to go ahead and open the public portion. Sir, you can address us at the podium there. Yes, if you can give your name for the record, I appreciate it.
My name is Steve Martin, and I live at the house behind it, and I've lived there for 37 years. I built the house. The lady that owned the house, she died about 7 years ago. Her son was living in Florida, and then he moved to North Carolina. The house, Abby is the city person that comes out to check on it. It's been really a thorn in my side of how bad it is. You can't really imagine. I spent $250,000 remodeling my house. I built it. I spent that much. I've spent $200,000 in my backyard, okay? I have the nicest house in the whole neighborhood. That's here nor there. It's just the idea that this house, the weeds are up to here, and the backyard, the trees, I had a problem with the homeowner behind me because they thought my redwood trees were too big. 35 years ago, everybody built redwood trees in this city, okay? And Fresno, and I did too. Not realizing I put in Aptos and SoCal redwoods. Those are coastal redwoods. They're even worse. They get 80 feet high. So as a result of that, I had someone come in and take those 8 redwoods out at my own expense. Cost me $12,000, okay? I paid for that because I wanted to be a good neighbor. So I did that. The backyard, the trees come 5 feet into my backyard. I haven't touched them. I went over there and I was gonna I mowed the lawn and I was taking care of it. I was told that if I did that again, they would arrest me for trespassing. I would have taken care of it every week. I would have went over there myself and mowed it. Now the weeds are this high, and in the backyard, they're this high. The hazard in that area of the fire, and then I was told they were going to take care of it once a year. Once a year. You know, if you live next door to that, it would already be taken care of. Because no one else would have been taking care of it. I would have put up with it. But I was considered a person that was a problem. But no, not at all. I just want what's right, that's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Just what's right for everyone, what's right for you and what's right for me. So right now, everybody that comes to my house, they go, wow, Steve, this is unbelievable. And you drove over there and you couldn't imagine. You couldn't believe it yourself. And it's been going on for 7 years I've had to put up with this. And now the backyard, I don't even know if you can see the back windows. And I don't even know if you can look out the windows of his house because it's grown up so high. And the trees that are back there, like I said, they're 5 feet into my backyard. And I won't touch them because I was told if I do, I'll be arrested. So I haven't touched them. And so I would like some immediate attention at 2075 Swift.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion, bring it back to the council. It's the pleasure of the council.
I'd make a motion to approve a resolution of the city council for the city of Clovis confirming assessment for cost for abatement of nuisance 2075 Swift Avenue, Clovis, APN number 552-200-47S.
I'll second that.
We have a motion second, go ahead.
One comment.
Sir?
Dollars that, but will the place be cleaned up? That's my concern.
Yeah, it'll start, yeah, go ahead, Paul. So thank you, sir. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, so right now we're going through an abatement warrant. We're waiting for the judge to sign that warrant in the backyard. Our goal is to, once we get that approval from the court, is to maintain the backyard and the front yard, or at least knock down all the weeds.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that, if it all goes through, it should be into this month or as early as beginning of May is what we're hopeful for.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Lynn.
So, thank you. So my question is, the total amount of this is 15,000 and something, but that will be additional money, right? So what's the ultimate, I guess this reminds me of the house at Bullard and Armstrong that, I can't remember our police officer's name, my memory escapes me, who made 100 visits to a house before we finally acted. So I guess what I want to not have happen is that we can do this, but we'll have to claim more money because it's going to cost more. And how do we do this today and faster in the future so that you don't have to live 7 years with this? There's something inherently wrong about that. And the Josh Kirk's example at Bullard and Armstrong was the same thing. The neighbors just suffered for so long. So I think then we talked about raising the fines, decreasing the length of time that you can live with, keep getting these before we act. So I still think that's on our to-do list, but how do we get this, I mean, the judge needs to sign what he needs to sign, but I think we need to do something to get it cleaned up and then clean up our process so this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I think the process is always going to require an abatement warrant to set
Yeah.
foot on this property, and so we'll have to go through that. I believe once this is recorded with the recorder's office, going forward, our goal will be to send this to any future costs to the tax assessors and get it on the property tax roll, the annual property tax roll going forward. So I'm working with the city attorney's office to move forward with that process going forward, so it doesn't take as long. We can be more respondent on when we get these requests.
I think that's really Mr. Martin's situation is the priority, but I think that's the goal, just like the Bullard and Armstrong neighborhood. But I mean, how do we do this faster and more painfully to the person who's not following the rules is my objective.
There are some options that we've been talking about, something called the receivership, that would allow essentially the city to act to require the house to be sold to somebody else. But we're taking a look at that, if that's even feasible in this situation.
Yeah.
Where the property has been neglected and we now have position to take action on it.
Any further
There's a motion
discussion?
second.
Yeah.
Are the property taxes being paid? Do we know?
Last I looked, I was not aware of any delinquency on property tax, but that's part of that receivership process that I was describing earlier.
Okay, maybe we'll make a phone call to our friends at the assessor's office and, because I had to deal with that one time and got the property sold.
All right, we have a motion second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move to city manager comments. Andy?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Just a note, this week's planning commission meeting has been canceled, but they'll pick back up in May. And then we have the Fast and Furious 5K. Registration is open and it's April 18th, so coming out this next weekend.
There's also a rodeo run the same morning.
There's a lot of stuff going on with rodeo month, that is for sure. But there's something for everybody.
Fast and Furious.
It's super fun. Come on out if you enjoy that.
Yeah. Matt, you running? It's only 2 miles now.
No, it's a 5K. There is a 5K.
Oh, there's a 5K. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can. Okay. Okay. Next council comments. Councilmember Baskel. Councilmember Bessinger.
About 2 weeks ago, it seems like we haven't seen each other in a little bit. I chaired the city selection committee for the air pollution control. It was to reappoint two existing board members, one a council member from Stockton and the other one from Wasco. While I was talking to my friends at the air board, I found out that CARB has decided that private waste haulers like Mid-Valley, like Republic, like Caglia, if they have a contract with a city, they are now subject to the heavy-duty vehicle mandates. So they'll be forced to purchase electric vehicles for their garbage fleet. I just today got a copy of a letter, a draft letter that I'll bring forward at the next meeting for us to take an opposition position on this. And apparently, and I could be a little misinformed because everything happened very quickly. It was something that wasn't announced, and it sounds like it was done pretty underhandedly.
Dark of night.
By CARB. They just said, we're going to do this, you got 15 days to protest. And it apparently caught the industry flat-footed. So we'll bring that forward next week. On a better note, there's a new coffee roaster business in town called Sanctuary Coffee. And my wife and I went over to buy some coffee, and and it's in the industrial complex south of, well, I'm trying to remember the brewery, Machine Head Brewery.
Oh, Machine.
Off of Herndon. And I was talking to the folks there, and they told me that when they were looking to open their business, they made a couple of phone calls, and when they called the city of Clovis, Sean Miller came over, picked them up, and took them around, and made sure that when they opened their business, they did it here. And that's how we win with businesses, big and small. Anyway, I've already passed that on to the city manager and to Chad and to Sean, of course. But good work is being done.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashbeck.
A couple of items. We had chaired an FCTA meeting, I don't know when it was, last week. Two items of note. One, we approved $6 million in Safe Routes to School projects across Fresno County in small rural communities, which I think is a huge win for Mendota and Huron and others. So I think that was one of our goals, and I'm happy that we were able to accomplish that. I think there was a press release on that. On a less interesting note, we passed the same rules of procedure that COG passed to try to manage Robert's Rules of Order in a little more efficient way. So those two agencies now have those two documents to guide how the meetings are run. And finally, we had a presentation from the Transportation Institute at Fresno State. I'm going to leave it here because it's super long. But they've done such a good job, but their funding ends this year. So there was a unanimous agreement from the board to take $750,000 from the New Technology Fund, which is going out for bid, and put it toward the Transportation Institute for 2 years. Hope that's the right number. Is that the right number? So that they don't have to disband it all to start it up again. So they've done a really, really good job. So that was, I think, a really also an important action. We did adjourn in honor of Stan Oken, which was a nice moment for that. So that's that. I want to read a letter that I got from a neighbor over at Willow and Bullard for all the hoopla that we cause them on don't make a left turn out of their neighborhood onto Willow. And she asked if I would like to share it with my other council members. I said I wouldn't like to, but I would. No, I'm just kidding. We wanted to say thank you for your recent decision on our neighborhood's behalf not to include a left turn lane from Willow onto Escalon. We were concerned about the children and the people walking in our area, and a huge relief to us. This is a fun neighborhood that many of us, our original owners, have enjoyed for 40 years, and they appreciated what we do for the community. So I wanted to read that letter from Bob and Lil Gatesman, so I want to offer that. And finally, I want to give a shout out to Chad. So Chad and I were the comic relief activity at the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute was it this week? Last week. Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, if you don't know, is a program at Fresno State for people over 50. That would be me. That would actually be everyone up here. Oh, no, not quite Diane.
No,
Sorry. Close. But anyway, lifelong learning, it's been around for 20 years at Fresno State. And so they have speakers that come in. So they invite us to come talk about our book and how we wrote the book and what was important. And so Susie Harder, the author, was supposed to go and she wasn't able to go. So it left Chad and I with like, okay, guess it's us now. So anyway, Chad did all the work, did all the PowerPoint slides. He was like the moderator. I felt like I was on a game show. We had trivia, and I think people really enjoyed the story about Clovis, and that's also how we win. So how you build community was really present that day, but thank you, Chad. You deserve all of that credit for pulling that off. I was a little skeptical that you knew what you were doing, but we did it, and it was really great. I think people really enjoyed it. So thank you for what you did, and it was a great way to talk about why Clovis is a different community than others in the Valley. So thank you for doing that. And finally, can we do something about the skate park? Can we put it on the agenda? Can we put a committee together? Can we
Move
pass
the staff.
legislation? Huh?
Move the staff.
So
That's
we can bring back an item, but in short, in order for us to meet the expectations of the skaters, we would have to remove any oversight by staff of that facility.
Well, can we just think about it? Can we do, I mean, 'cause I
Bring
really,
something
I
back
give them a ton of credit that they've come twice. Most people don't come twice. So I just think if we can think about what options we have, at least we can weigh them. Are we willing to give up oversight?
So I think
don't know.
holding a separate meeting with them to get their input with staff would be helpful, and we can report out on that.
And maybe the skate shop owners,
Yeah.
or people that have other interests in it. But I do think they've done a really good job of raising it. So I
agreed.
think we owe it to them to at least sit down and say, these are the options, and we can come back and decide, maybe we don't want to staff it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a different era, maybe 7-year-olds aren't going there to learn to skate, but it's 22-year-old adults that want a place to skate. I don't know what PD would say about it, but I would like to see some action on it.
For sure I know.
I'm sure you do too. But we at least, I think we owe it to them to think it through. So I would just ask that we find a way to do that, if it's a committee, whatever you think, but can you do that and maybe bring it back to us at some point?
Yeah, we'd
I'd
be
be in
happy to meet
support
with
of
them.
Maybe we can have anything can happen Thursdays.
Look the other way Thursday.
Is that like Taco Tuesdays? Anyway, that's all I have. Thanks.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Pierce.
Yeah, I wanted to thank staff for being available to meet with Congressman McClintock and some of his staff. We're in kind of a transition in Clovis to have some additional representation in Congress, and Congressman Tom McClintock is going to have a large portion of our city, and so his staff had reached out for an opportunity to kind of connect with city staff and council members to kind of make introductions and start that partnership of how we can both be supportive of what the needs of each other are. And so I thought it was a good meeting last week, and I know he also was looking for opportunities to meet with other people and followed up after that. But I just wanted to thank city staff for being available for that and making sure that that was a successful initial meeting with Congressman McClintock.
Mayor, I do have one
Yeah.
thing I forgot. I had the privilege of meeting Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana and chatted with him for a little bit and gave him a City of Clovis challenge coin.
All right. Okay, a couple ribbon cuttings to go to that I went to. I didn't know that the Cal Fire Chief is the owner of Burning Sun. And so, yeah, it was 4 years, so gave him a certificate there. Valley Build, what Jeff is this is class 47 already of teaching, I want to say almost 20 young men and women 10 trades. So they can go to electrician, plumbing, pretty great program. And so amazing that what they're doing. Let me see, thank you, Diane, for bringing Congressman, we're not bringing, but getting all of us together for Congressman McClintock. And then Andy and Chad and myself went to the Central Valley Indian Health. I mean, they serve such a huge area of all the tribes and providing health care for them, and they're expanding. And it's all paid for. There are no loans, they said. So they're going to expand a building right in the sort of a center courtyard there. You know, I went to the FPU president's, what do they call it, circle? And Lynn has always been a big part of it, and so Andy and his wife as well. It's always inspiring. I've only been to 2, and the impact that that university has on all the students around here and the people who give to the university. I also went to the Easter luncheon, and so got to serve our seniors. They filled that room, and they had seconds and thirds. Whoever, I forgot the family, the Martins, that kind of hosted. Yeah, they very generous, and so did that. Man and I went to the Central Valley Robotics Open House, and then the weekend after, they competed here, the very, I think the first in Clovis. They liked our facility and our area so much, they want to return. And so hopefully they can return and have robotics competition or a regional tournament here. And then they went to state and they won the NorCal Impact Award. I think the impact is those who stand up and actually speak, and not the robot controlling it. And now they're going to Worlds in Houston, Texas, because they did well up at state. So that's our Buchanan bird brain. Yeah, bird brains. And then thank you for bringing up the skate park. And I want to say, Chad, can we do something with America 250 every single meeting? And then we have our pins here, and just what's coming next. Trail Fest is going to have something. So it's America 250 theme all the time. And so depending on what the organizations are doing, we want to continue to do that. I want to report out that Fresno and us are joining as much as we can in celebrating America 250. I think one neat thing is sort of decorating Shaw, our side, to the 168, and they'll carry it from there to Blackstone. We'll also decorate Herndon to Willow, and then they'll carry it from there to Blackstone, so it shows some unity. And then there's a lot of organizations doing a lot of events, which we are coordinating together. And so it's just keep that at the forefront of what we're doing. And then we have a sign out, right? This is the first meeting with the sign. So thank you for everybody involved. And so we have In God We Trust up now. And then I want to just thank Renee and Andy for, sometimes we just get a lot of emails and some weeks are just quiet, but maybe it's because of pretty complex things and you guys just handle it really well. And not that the answer is sometimes not what they want, but at least the response is what they get, which I think is very important for them to understand that, okay, that is your policy, then that is something to respond to them is great. So thank you, Andy and Renee, for doing that. Okay, that's all I have. We're going to now move into closed session. We have 2 items. This conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Case name is National Prescription Opiate Litigation, U.S. District Court. And then the second one is another existing litigation case of Matthew Maciel in the city of Clovis. Is there anyone here to speak on that? Seeing none, do we expect a report out, Scott?
I may be asking for action on one of the items, and if so, and we do take action, I will report.
We report out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we may be taking action. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. So we are adjourned at 9:50.